Hello, you delightful individuals, you spectacular specimens of humankind. Welcome on in to the Cult of Vane, the home of hedonism, here on Twitch. The good old Twitchy poos. How are you doing? How's it going? How are things? It's been so long since I've seen you. It's been several hours. Several hours since I've seen you. At least 12 hours. That's quite a lot of hours, you know. Welcome on in. How you doing? Thank you very much for the 139 there, Razotti, you cheeky little devil. How's it going, Samba? Hello, Kiara Strings. Yes, I didn't realize it was the Corvid OC Jack George Jack Claw. I like to see what you did there. Jack Claw, Jack Door. Let's see what's going on there, Semba. See what's going on there. I don't think I've seen many of Finley's emotes recently. That's what I'm looking for. Emotes. You know. And then you've got Nikki ones there as well. Perfect. Perfect. How's it going, Poopy? How you doing, you cheeky devil? Eris Ptolemy. Hello, you beautiful being. Phoenix of the Fence. How you doing? How's it going, you cheeky little devils, you? Oh, my lordy. All these beautiful people coming in here. Bits. Hello. How you doing? Gilus, you wonderful being. Welcome on in. 5 a.m. there. Bloody hell. What are you doing up? I was about to say, what are you doing up? Is it that you haven't gone to bed yet and it's 5 a.m. Poopy? Or is it that you've just woken up real fucking early? You're like up with the dawn, just being like, fucking let's go. I am ready. Ready on this shit, you know? Yeah, now. Good time zone. I'm in a foul mood today. I'm good to hear that, Raven Willow. It's 8 a.m. and I've been awake since 3 a.m. due to a severe thunder and 75-pound scared dog. Oh, God. Yeah, I can imagine that you were in a foul mood if that's the case. I hope that are you able to get some kind of like nap or something? Are you able to like just snuggle up on the sofa? I was gonna say the couch for, but that's a very different thing. Are you able to just snuggle up, get yourself all cozy, and just have like a little snooze on the couch throughout the afternoon, Raven Willow? Or are you have you got things that you need to do today? If so, I wish you all of the caffeinated beverages that you require. You know. I have a meeting in a few minutes and just wanted to pop in and say hi before it starts. Well, I appreciate you popping in and saying hi, you beautiful bean. Itchy nose. I appreciate you popping in and saying hi, you glorious bean. Perfect pair. Hello, you beautiful bean. How you doing? How's it going? Just M, you lurk away, you exquisite individual. One true cripple. Coming in here with your hashtag trousers are overrated. 30 streams in a row. You've been streaking through here. 30 streams. You've been running around all naked all over the place. Good Lord. Scandalous, I tell you. Absolutely bloody scandalous. How very dare you? How very dare you? You gotta be careful. Get your flappy bits of flapping. And do you know what? Given how bright it is outside, you gotta make sure you got your sun lotion all over your bod. All right? All over your bod. Otherwise, you're gonna get sunburn on your nethers. Okay? That's where I'm going with this. Now that the weather's getting better, I'm gonna be warning people about sunburn on their nethers. You know? Yeah, now. Pavlo's conditioning works, does wonders. Bless him. I'm so over it. It's supposed to do this storming thing all week, and my exams are this week. Oh Jesus, Ravenwiller. Is there any way that I'm not even going to try and suggest anything. I just hope that everything calms down, or at the very least, that your dog gets used to things so that you can just get some sleep. You know. Bably, how you doing? You lurk away. You were lurking and working. You lurk away, you beautiful bean. No worries at all. Razor, how you doing? How's it going, cheeky little devils? Phoenix Defense. I think I've said hello to you anyway, but you know, you got this. You can create a self-hypnotic state to create a feeling of good, restful sleep with only a few minutes of worth of snooze. Fucking hell. I wish I could do that. How you doing, Rach? How's it going, Stupedia, cheeky devil? Oh my god. Stupedia, don't you encourage Razor. All right, I don't need more of you. People throwing bits in the darkness. Okay, good lord. Normally, I'm all for a good set of bits in the darkness, but when it costs you money, when it costs you a lot more money that you're giving to me, again, you cheeky little devils, can't deal with this shit. All right. Green tea. It's been 84 years. 84 years. It's been 84 years since I was a plucky young whippersnapper. It was gun time. I had my all. I ran around naked. Yes, it was wonderful. I got my bits out and flapped them all over the place. The people that were consenting to look at them. You know, right. Dr. K. Ross. Dr. K. Ross sneaking in here with your 17 little bees. I see you. I see what's going on here. I see you, cheeky little devil. How you doing? How's it going? You've been up? You've been in the graveyard shift? Oh, shit. Well, in which case, Poopy, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a delightful snooze, please go and do so. Please look after yourself, yeah? Less than 2 hours left at work. Oh, in which case, yeah, no, that's fair enough. In which case, we will keep you company for 2 hours. We'll keep you company for 2 hours, and when you are ready, when you need to just step out and go and do some snoozy times, you do that. You do that, you beautiful being, all right? It's fact, well, hello. Exactly. Do you know what? We were talking about Jim Carrey earlier, and I definitely have taken that from a series of unfortunate events. When Jim Carrey does Count Olaf in a series of unfortunate events, just, well, hello. I fucking love it. Absolutely fucking love it. There was definitely a point in my life where I saw Jim Carrey in a series of unfortunate events and was like, that is me when I'm older. That is just me. When I'm an old man, I'm going to be Count Olaf. 100% that is it. You know? Don't you judge my nakedness. No judgment. No judgment of all. If anything, one true cripple, appreciation. However, worry. Fear and worry over the effect that the sun may have on your nudity. You know? Just, I need to make sure you don't become like a little raisin. Do you know what I mean? I need to make sure that this doesn't happen, okay? Don't point your bums directly at sun. Yes, friends, do not sun one's arsehole. It was a trend about fucking, what was it, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? When people were like, yes, we are now going to do naked yoga and point our sphincters right at the sun. That was a thing. That was a thing that occurred in my lifetime, you know. My husband just shouted across the room that you've all lost the game. Safi Pie. I see what you did there, you cheeky little devil. God damn it. God damn it. Ooh. Morning, sleepyheads. I'm not sleepy. I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing today. The past few days, my body clock's all fucked because I was looking after the boy last week. He normally gets up like 2 to 3 hours earlier than I do. So I went from like waking up at 9 o'clock in the morning to waking up at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. And now I go to bed at the time that I used to go to bed. I'd work through till like 1 a.m. or what have you. And then I'll wake up at like 7 a.m. And I'm like, well, that's not enough sleep. That's not enough slumber. What the fuck? It's, so yeah. So I'm not sleepy. I'm, if anything, too wired. Too wired. I need more snooze, you know? Don't sunbleach your assholes. Exactly. Do not sunbleach your assholes. Don't do that. And if you are of a person that desperately needs to show their asshole to the sunshine, then make sure you put lots of factor 50 on it. Nobody wants a sunburnt asshole, okay? Title of my memoirs. Nobody wants a sunburnt asshole. It's been her whole life. She's terrified of storms and severe anxiety. She has a kennel that's very roomy, but she tries to escape from it all the time. But I have lots of strong coffee. I'm glad you have lots of strong coffee. You, no worries. You take it easy, Raven Willow. Thank you very much for stopping by and saying hi. Hope that the meeting goes well. Hope the meeting goes well. Dr. K joining the pile. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's a snuggly day today. It's a snuggly day. People are like jumping in with the snuggles. That's cool. We're all about snugglies. You know? All about the snuggles, cheeky devils. Alara, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Knew you took it from Count Olaf? Yes, I did. Well, hello. I have to say that Count Olaf, in the movie, not Neil Patrick Harris's version, in the movie of a series of unfortunate events, I have to say that I have a lot of desire about Count Olaf's wardrobe. Count Olaf's wardrobe in a series of unfortunate events, the movie, is fucking excellent.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Dr. K. Ross. I've updated it. It's now up to date. Dr. K. Ross. Thank you very much for gifting that sub to Crispy Bunghole. God damn it. God damn it. Oh my lordy. Crispy Bunghole. Your name is now inscribed upon the Mirror Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. Okay. I don't take pictures of my ass as I point it towards the sun. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? You know?
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Look what you've done. Dr. K and Razotter, look what you've done. You've started a hype train with Crispy Bunghole and Crispy Starfish.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Oh yes, the cheap brat trains.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Crispy starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Wait.
It's a chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Bow wow, bow wow, bow. Crispy Starfish, your name is also inscribed upon the Mirror Vein. Just directly under, we have the opposite side. You're starting and ending a line there, you know. Just under Crispy Bunghole. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get.
Flee, flee.
Excuse me? Excuse me. I'm going to get back to that in a moment because I need to warn.
Stalker.
Hello, you beautiful beings. Welcome on in. I need to warn these wonderful raiders about what's coming, first and foremost. Hello, Steel Wolfie. Hello, you exquisite individual. How was Final Fantasy IX my favorite Final Fantasy of all of the Final Fantasies?
Yeah, you subscribed.
You have come in within Carnage. You have welcomed your beautiful people in within Carnage. Hello, you exquisite raiders. Welcome on in. How's it going? Welcome to the Cult of Vain, the home of hedonism. As you can see, I have decorated my room like Prince Fuck the Moulin Rouge, and that's the way that we do things. It was super fun.
Oh, you
Whereabouts are you now?
You little stalker.
I was lurking, so I need to now... Hold on. I need to now not lurk myself. That would be peculiar. People go and check out Steel Wolfie. Steel Wolfie is an exquisite human being, a fantastic human being who I love very, very dearly. They are part of my wonderful stream team. They are just fun and glorious. They play a whole lot of interesting games, very much like me in the regards... Ooh.
Little stalker.
Thank you very much for these follows, by the way, friends. I have anonymous follows. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking. You know, just in case they're lurking. Okay? She just witnessed Odin and all of his destructive powers. Yeah. Got on the ship with Beatrix. Yeah. Okay, I know where you're at. I know what's going on. That's good. But yeah, people from my stream, go and check out the wonderful Steel Wolfie. Steel Wolfie is fucking glorious and exquisite. Plays a whole lot of very, very interesting games to do with very interesting costumes sometimes. And does a fair amount of cosplay themselves. They are wonderful and glorious, and I always have a great fucking time there. In fact, I've literally been doing a work lurk myself all morning over in Steel Wolfie stream. Just doing a cheeky little work lurk. It's been great. It's all wonderful and glorious. Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals. Faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. Because I am a sex educator and a filth wizard extraordinaire. We talk about all manner of debauchery here. We have all kinds of interesting conversations, and to put that into perspective, the last two subscriptions that started off this hype train that we're on, because we're doing cheap hype trains all week, which is vexing to me, are Crispy Bunghole and Crispy Starfish, because we were talking about that wonderful naked yoga practice of showing one's asshole towards the sunshine. Friends, if you're doing any kind of nakedness in the garden, make sure you wear your factor 50, okay? Make sure you got your sun cream on. Okay? I've inscribed those names upon the Mirror Vein. By having names upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky little devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, cheeky little devils, you. Steel Wolfie, if you or any of your wonderful, wonderful raiders, if any of you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go and do so. Please look after yourselves.
Subscribed. Most kind.
As much as I love your attention, and I do love your attention, I fully respect that you've all got lives and your lives must come first. Okay, you beautiful beings. If any of you would like to press that cheeky little follow button and come back another time, you're more than welcome to. If you want to hang around and join in the peculiar and interesting conversations, you are also welcome to. Just, you've been warned, okay? You've been warned. You've been warned. Rach, thank you very much for giving that sub to Pink Bottom. I have now inscribed the name Pink Bottom upon the Mirror of Vane. By having the names upon the Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat! And of course, you get access to all this sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Jokey, Viket? Is it Viket Jokey? Thank you very much. You got cool vibes. Thank you very much. I'm very shallow. I'm a very vain individual. Like I said, I bought a house because it was number 69 and decorated it like Prince fucked the Moulin Rouge because I love hedonism. I love hedonism. Not gonna lie, I feel like people under the age of 18 in this generation are more horrifying than the things above. I mean, to be fair, they certainly have an air about them. Yeah. An air about them. Saying that, the kids right in my neighborhood are really nice kids. They're just good kids, you know. So I'm not in a terrifying area. That being said, I've definitely been to more sketchy areas of the country and been threatened by youths on bikes. Jesus. Yes, you do get called that by most people. It is not. Is it? Can I just call you Viket? Is that okay? Choosing a name on Dutch grammar and pronunciation. Yeah, in which case, you spell it to me. You tell me phonetically how you want it pronounced, and I will do my best to remember. I will do my best to remember, all right? Friends, if you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now? Say a massive thank you to those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that throw all those cheeky little babies out there. You people. For those people that don't know, I don't normally have my hype trains set this low in regards to kicking them off. But we did my partnerversary a couple of weeks ago, and I committed to having 7 whole streams where I had the hype train on the minimum, like, triggering commands. And it was like, okay, okay. The Tjo is pronounced like Chu. So Vekechuki? Is that how you pronounce it? Ooh, I'm learning things. Veketyuki. So it's more like Veketyuki. Veketyuki. Okay, all right. Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that. Pretty close. We'll work with it. Okay. If I get it horrifically wrong, just correct me in future. That's grand. I'm on board it. I'm all on board it. Let me say hello to these beautiful raiders that have come in from Steel Wolfie's channel. The beautiful beings that they are. Oh my god, Dr. K also gave it a sub to Singed Butt. I'll get that on the mirror in a moment. Cosmic Ray, how you doing? How's it going? Vekechuki? Vekechuki? I'm learning. Doing a thing. Dark Blue, hello, how you doing? Steel Wolfie, of course, you beautiful bean. Just J-Bay, how you doing? Hello. Julian Butternubs, oh, I love your name. Your name's fantastic. We can definitely get on that. How you going, Vip? How's it going, you beautiful bean? Bear as well coming in here. Oh my lordy, all these beautiful individuals. But yeah, if any of you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go do what you need to do, please do so. If you want to drop into lurk, you're also welcome to do that. We normally chat for about an hour to an hour and a half before I jump into the game. And today we're playing a game called Citizen Sleeper, which is like a science fiction roleplay game that I am fucking loving right now. I'm absolutely fucking loving it. It's very, very cool, very, very well written, very chill as well, very relaxed. It's more like it's like a choose your own adventure, but in the realms of cyberpunk science fiction dynamics, you know? Yeah, now. That's cute that you think I see the sun. Oh my lordy. I assume you do if you're streaking all over the place, one truckable. Oh my lordy, Dr. K. Ross coming in here. All these raiders coming in here, and Dr. K. Ross wants a cheeky smolder. Well, look at you coming over here, getting all up in my business, getting all close and personal. I see how it is. You're getting so unbelievably close. I know. I can't say I blame you. I'm quite fetching of a visage. Oh, calm yourself. A little love toot in the chat there. Oh, my lordy. It's just so very... What do you think it was for? What did you think it was for? Here I am, trying to lubricate my lips. And there you are, getting your mind in the gutter. Good Lord. You people, scandalous. Scandalous, I tell you. Here I am, just trying to make sure I have well-lubed lips. And there you are, mind in the gutter. Oh, my lordy. Rude. Rude, if anything. You cheeky little devils. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, you're getting all close and personal. What do you like? What do you like? Tantalizing individuals. Oh, my lordy. Oh, looking so beautiful today. Dr. K, thank you very much for claiming a cheeky little smolder there. I appreciate that. I want to absorb the sunlight. Yeah, but you don't absorb the sunlight through the back passage. Do you know what I mean? Mayo Whitefire, how you doing? How's it going? I don't know, my kiddos didn't have school for the past few days, and my brain's still waking up at 7 a.m. because it's so used to getting up, getting the eldest off to school by 7:45. Oh God, yeah. Last week I took the week off because I was with McSteffels' child, the boy, who was visiting me for a week, which was absolutely amazing, brilliant week, sensational and fantastic. He's a 12-year-old ADHD child, so he's always go, and he's fucking excellent, and I love him to pieces. But yeah, I was just saying that my sleeping pattern's completely off. Normally I go to bed at like 1-2 a.m. and then I wake up at like 9 a.m. because full-time content creator, I do my own hours and work unreasonable hours at that. But yeah, my fucking entire thing is off. It's all off. It's all gone and off, you know? It's all gone and off. But peeling snowflakes off with the... What? Poopy? What are you saying? What are these words coming out of your mouth? Sure, somebody wants sunburnt arsehole. Yeah, probably. I would hate that, to be honest here. Bear, it's the man, the myth, the legend in his own pants. Val and Vane, everyone. Afternoon, darling. Darling, how are you? My pants today are, once again, very fetching, like a dark suede print. It's beautiful and fantastic. Mystery Unsolved, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Doing all right. New treatment options today for my ocular migraines. Oh, that sounds exciting. I hope everything goes well. You beautiful bean. I've woken the beast. Yes, fortunately, the beast of the brat train decided to disappear very, very quickly. Thankfully, you know. Bleaching time is private time. Sun bleaching, just don't burn your asshole, friends. just don't burn your asshole, okay? How's it going, Ross? How you doing? A crispy hype train? I know. It started horrifically, right? Oh, and then the beautiful raid. I'm catching up with chat, by the way, friends, if those people are wondering what's going on. A wonderful time for a raid. Yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. Raidception. Oh, my lordy. Oh, how exciting. You love Odin so much, Steel Wolfie, yeah? How are you finding... I don't know whether you're still here, Steel Wolfie, and if you disappeared, that's entirely fair. That's entirely understandable. You've been streaming for a long old time, and I know that there was technical difficulties at points in that stream as well. So if you have disappeared off, entirely understandable. I am intrigued, though, how you're finding Final Fantasy IX in comparison to the other Final Fantasies you've played. Because if I remember correctly, you've played 10, 16, 8, 10, and 16, right? If I remember correctly. Good old emotional journeys that are the Final Fantasies. 9 is one of my favorite ones. Yes, 9 was the first ever Final Fantasy that I ever played, and I fucking loved it. Absolutely fucking loved it. I never completed it though. I never actually completed it. I would love to sit down sometime and just I don't know, do an entire week of streams where I complete Final Fantasy IX, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Oh, my lordy. Good lord. It's Aslan Shenanigans. Oh, my, how very dare you. How very dare you, Aslan, coming in here with your beautiful raiders, looking all fantastic and glorious. The scandal, I tell you. The scandal. The outrage. How very dare you? How very dare you? And Aslan Shenanigans coming in with a subscription as well. 37 months. Good lord.
Oh, my 37 month.
Good lord. Oh, I also need to put singed butthole on here as well, don't I? Aslan Shenanigans, by having your name on the mirror at Vayne means you get access to my personal Snapchat. First of all, people go check out Aslan Shenanigans. Oh, you doing some repo? How are you finding it? How are you finding repo? I've seen lots of people playing it, and they seem to have a fucking hoot of a time. So how are you finding it? Tell us all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. While you're doing that, I'm going to say, by having your name on the mirror at Vayne means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? Those people that are new here, that is something that we do. We've been doing it for many, many years. Every single time that somebody subscribes, we write their name on a mirror. All of these mirrors behind us, all of these mirrors, all across the back here, and the bits that you can't see all across these walls here, there are literally mirrors covering every surface in this room. Okay? And yeah, that's what we do. We write their name on a mirror, and then when we fill a mirror, we move on to a new mirror. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, you know? So if you're wondering what's going on with the mirrors, that's the reason why. That's the reason why, okay? But Aslan Shenanigans, thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people here. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you should know about this channel. I've just said it, but I'll say it again for these new people that have just joined in. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave because we are talking about sun-bleached arseholes. Talk about being thrown in at the deep end. We're talking about some bleached assholes at the moment, and here we are. And here we are. You played some VTM Blood Hunt.
Pander to it, pander to it.
A ladder, a phone, a chair and a dildo are playing poker. Ladder says I raise, hearing that phone says I call, hearing that chair says I fold, and lastly hearing all that dildo says I'm all in.
Oh my god, Stupedia. Kiara, you have a wonderful time at the gym, you beautiful bean. Oh my god, Stupedia. Raven Weller, welcome back, you beautiful bean. Dabber Cogsworth, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Oh my lordy. As always, Aslan, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffy treat or a delightful beverage. Please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do, you cheeky devil. People from my stream, go check out Aslan Shenanigans. Aslan Shenanigans does a whole load of like community-based games. As they say, VTM Blood Hunt. They have played Ark and Don't Starve Together. And evidently now Repo as well, which is very exciting. They do a whole load of stuff with their wonderful little community, and I would love it if you could go over and click that cheeky little follow button. They're wonderful and glorious, and very kindly share their community with us on a semi-regular basis, which is really, really kind of them. Really fucking kind of them, you know? Someone said bum Snapchat. Yes, yeah. Well, when Snapchat came around, it was the go-to medium for it was like before OnlyFans was OnlyFans, people used Snapchat. Do you know what I mean? That was like a go-to thing. Which is the reason why I'm like, it's not a bum Snapchat, because I know that some people get real excited about it.
Little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but I very much appreciate the follows all the same, you cheeky little devils. Does Twitch have streams watch history? I'm just trying to find someone that I've forgotten the name of. No, not to my knowledge. I don't believe so, no. I don't believe so. However, you might find it in your normal... Like, if you save your search history, or not even search history, you're just like your internet browser history, you might be able to find it by scrolling back through those. Because each channel is a different URL, right? So theoretically speaking, every single time you open Like every single time it changes URL, it should pop up in the history. I'm not a tech individual. I don't know technology, so maybe I'm getting it completely wrong. But yeah, that makes sense in my brain, you know? Not quite as vain as the Discworld Dragon. I don't know what you're talking about, Tunackers. If anything, I am literally that exact level of vanity. That exact level of vanity, you know? You're bad on choosing it? Not all. Vekachuki? Vekachuki. There we go. You pronounce whatever... Well, you pick whatever name you want to pick. And I will adapt because I am British, friends. And I understand that by being British, I have inherently within my blood, within the very genes of my existence, I have a certain level of entitled arrogance. Okay? Which is everybody from Britain expects, not everybody, obviously, I'm using generalized terms, but sort of like British people expect that everyone else in the world is just going to learn British. Do you know what I mean? They're just going to learn the English language. I only speak English and bad English. Those are the only two languages that I know. You people, you wonderful individuals who speak multiple languages, if your name is of a different language, that's okay. I should be able to fucking learn that shit. Do you know what I mean? I should be able to learn that. To learn the correct pronunciation of your name. If it's the very least that I can do as an entitled, arrogant British person. You know? You know? Not that I'm aware of, but if you know the day and don't delete your browser history, it should be in there. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much, Sembar. Sembar is a fantastic tech individual that that helps me out an awful lot. An awful lot. You came over from Julian Butternubs, who raided Wolfie, and then the timing was unfortunate as I had to end the stream too, and you were brought here the raid onwards. Oh, well, in which case, let's get a shout out for Julian Butternubs as well. Do you know what? I can do it. I can do it. I can get on board this. I can do this. Julian Butternubs! This is excellent! Who are you? Oh my god! Right, I'm following you now. I want to know what this is all about. I want to know what's going on there. I want to know what's going on there. I don't know fucking anything about you, Julian Butternubs, but that very specific profile picture has just grabbed my attention. Has just grabbed my attention. I hope whatever you were doing, some Fable. Oh shit, is your first? Well, you might be lurking. You might have disappeared off. You might have done a million other things. But if you raided into Wolfie and they were just raiding straight over into me, then the least I can do is give you a shout out as well. The least I can do is give you a shout out as well. So you know, I appreciate that. Astra, you beautiful being. I will refund your show dono with speech because first of all, the dono goal has disappeared off, and second of all, it was full. It was full. There's no need for people to donate to me because the donation goal was smashed and obliterated yesterday, and I feel guilty making a donation goal straight away. I feel guilty being that person that's like, oh, we've hit the donation goal. Cool. Let's go make another one. No, I'm not like that. I'm just, I can't do it. 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 So I'll just refund you your points, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for requesting it all the same. A rather generous cavity search of thinking, oh my god. Oh my god. Poppy darling, hello you beautiful being. I hope that your philosophizing is going well. You're a wonderful individual. Anastasia, hello you glorious individual. I thought it was for Crispy Starfish. We've done Crispy Starfish. There was Crispy Starfish, Crispy Bunghole, Singed Butthole, and Pink Bottom. They were all gifted subs on the Mirror of Vane. Yeah, it's got more and more questionable as time's gone on. As time's gone on, all right? Oh, the Vaseline Tunackers? Yeah, touche. Touche. Must seduce the Vaseline before usage, but of course, naturally. You just need to lubricate some lips. Do you know what I mean? That's one of those scenarios. One of those situations. Hello, Niburin. Hello, you wonderful individual. Oh, my lord.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
What's the most reliable part of the human body? Your fingers. You can always count on them. How long does a jousting match last? Until nightfall. What's the difference between being hungry and horny? The place where you stick the cucumber.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Shoepedia. Oh my god. Seven, 9, and 10. I loved 9. I enjoyed 7, but I don't think I liked it as much as 9. But then I have more nostalgia for 9 than I did for 7. I enjoyed 10 mostly. But I've never completed any of them. I've never completed a single fucking one of them. Played VTM, Bloodhunt, and then Repo, and you really liked it. It can get frustrating because things break easily. It's fun though. I think that's the point though, isn't it? That's the whole point of Repo, is that whole dynamic of like needing to escape from things with highly breakable objects. You know. You want to laugh? I don't want to laugh, Haslin, you cheeky little devil. Good lord. Good lord. How dare you? How very dare you, all right? Still waiting on that rolled up newspaper. You'll get it. One day, you will meet me, Stupedia, and I will roll up that newspaper and bop you on the nose. Shameless Vixen, how you doing? Welcome on in, you exquisite individual. Hello. Didn't know you were here. Just lurking in the background of Aslin's stream, yeah? If using Chrome, your history will have a way back, however far since you last told it to clear. You'll be able to search for twitch.tv and it'll show up all the Twitch channels in the past. I'm assuming you're searching last day, was it? You know. Looking good today, Mr. V. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Painted lady, I'm feeling very cozy today. I'm just wearing a nice, very fluffy, delightful jumper. A pullover, as some people would call it. A pullover. Feeling very cozy and snug. As much as it is bright and sunny outside, it is quite cold in my house. My house is a fucking icebox, as it usually is, which is great during the summer months, but in this sort of like mid-weather months, it's just like, yeah, it's still fucking freezing. Still bloody freezing, you know? Yeah, no. When you stream, Firefox is likely much the same, and Edge, but no clue, but it might. Yeah, I'm sure it will get sorted. Let us know if you do get sorted though, Tunackers. Let us know if you find it. 60% Irish, 1% Nigerian. So what will that make me? Good question. Do you speak Nigerian or Gaelic? British people like me also have leftover Norman and Roman. We certainly do. We certainly do. I think, to be honest with you, my birth name, as in the family name, the surname that I have, is originally Spanish, which I found very, very interesting because my family is like Irish more than anything else. And then it was just like, oh, by the way, that name originates in Spain. And I was like, really? Someone from Spain looked to Ireland and went, you know what? I'm going to go there. I'm going to go from this beautiful tropical climate where it's sun and joyousness and beauty everywhere. And I'm going to go to Rain City. I'm going to go where it's green and rainy all the time. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a wonderful call. Let's do that. Let's do that. My name is Valen Montoya. You called me daddy. Prepare to be pegged. Yep, that's the one. That's the very one. Exactly that, Nibbering. Not too difficult, to be honest, to learn English. I speak more than one language. To be fair, Shameless Vixen. Shameless Vixen. Oh, my lordy. My granddad on my mother's side was a very important person in the world of engineering back in his day. And he traveled a lot. And he spoke to a lot of people from a lot of different countries. And he learned 3 or 4 languages himself. And he said to me, and I've remembered this all the way fucking since, he said to me that English as a language is really hard to learn correctly, but it is very easy to get by-in. You can know certain English words and string together some kind of sentence, and people will know what you're saying. People will know what you mean, even if you don't get the words right or you don't get the grammar right. You don't get the situation or the context of the phrasing right. That doesn't really matter because you can say certain specific words that you know in English, and you will be able to convey what you mean through that sentence. Whereas to actually get the language, and I'm a very my vocabulary is pretty extensive. To get the language correct is more difficult, you know. But like I said, that's where you get broken English is quite easy to understand if you know enough English words, you know, or if you get enough English words from the person that is speaking the broken English. Dabber Cogsworth having to streak all over again. Good lord. Good lord. Twitch was not happy about one of your streaks, obviously.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, Shameless Vixen. I don't normally call people out just in case they're lurking, but as you're chatting away, I'm happy to give you a cheeky little call out, you know. Oh, Sembar, you cheeky little devil, you. 69 Brett sub, as you know. Oh, well, in which case you'll fit in very well here. You'll fit in unbelievably well here. Going back to uni next week, and I've got only 5 weeks left of my first year. Absolutely crazy. Yep, time flies when you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun, Poppy. It sounds like you've been having a wonderful, wonderful time, you know? Yeah, I know. Not sure on that last one. Q will likely go in the same place regardless for some. That is true. That is true. Remember, friends, if you are pleasuring yourself with vegetables, wrap them in condoms. Put a condom over it first and then pleasure yourself with a vegetable. This is me speaking as a sex educator now. If you're using, you don't know what kind of things that they have used to grow the vegetable, what kind of chemicals they have used to keep the bugs off. You don't know what they've coated them in. They don't know what kind of fertilizer they've been in. You don't know what kind of weird ass shit they've had strapped to them in the packing plants and stuff like that. If you are using any kind of implement that you are unsure about in order to put it inside one of your orifice, please wrap it in a condom first. At least condoms are fucking quality tested. Okay. And if you're sticking it up the freshly sun bleached asshole, make sure it has a base on it. Make sure it has a base on it, because hungry bum syndrome exists, where your asshole will clench and swallow shit. Don't do that to yourself. Okay? No, don't do it to yourself. Flared base, very important. Not sure on that last one. Yeah. You try and find logic in dad jokes. What's the difference between kinky and perverted? Kinky uses a feather, perverted uses the whole chicken. Oh my god. Friends, don't use live animals in your coital engagement scenarios. Good lord. Again, I realize that that's a joke, but just for the purposes of sex education, don't do it. Don't do that. That's bad. I said yesterday, don't threaten me with a good time. Oh my lordy. Catch on reading. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Shameless Vixen. Nice to meet you too. Thank you very much for coming in. Thanks very much for that follow. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Imagine if Stupidi ever meets Valen, he'll do the anticit in the stream beforehand, just to walk up to Valen and say patient as an opening greeting. God damn it. Trying to look for a streamer we raided from Chunk's stream. Was it on Sunday, Tunackers? If it was Sunday stream, I know who it was. How's it going, Mr. and Mrs. Crafting? I hope you're both doing well. The pair of you, I hope you're both doing well, you exquisite beans. Been a while since I've said hello, so I hope you're doing all right, doing okay. He struggles with my name. I struggle with everybody's name, Shameless Vixen. Sometimes I call people different names. Sometimes I call everybody Stupedia. It's an entire thing. It's an entire thing. It's because my brain, well, my mouth works faster than my brain. Because as much as I do not have any kind of official diagnosis for ADHD, I don't have an official diagnosis. I do, as I am reminded by the wonderful community here, I do display an awful lot of the symptoms. And I think it's important to make that differentiation. I know that people are all about like self-diagnosing and stuff like that, and completely understandably, given the waiting list for an awful lot of diagnosis, especially within this country. But
Panda to Mago, panda to it, panda to it.
I like to make the differentiation.
What would one plate say to another? Dinner's on me. What kind of rope is as big as a continent? Europe. My neighbors invited me to a nude party at 8:00 p.m. tonight. They said to bring nothing and don't come early.
God damn it, Stupedia. These are getting worse. These are getting infinitely worse as time is going on. Oh my god. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, though. Good lord. I've been feeling very spoiled. You and me both, as in Shenanigans. This community have been unreasonably fucking kind to me the past little while. Been feeling very spoiled the past 2 weeks. I've had like people that have bought me like 5 games. That's super fucking kind of them. That is super fucking kind of them. You have been spoiled as well. You deserve, as in Shenanigans, as well you deserve, you beautiful individual. Are we doing well, friend? Yeah. English is hard and the only language I speak. I could say, oh, that asshole was difficult, and it could mean a person was difficult to deal with, or a literal asshole. Very true. Very, very true. Dr. K. Thank you very much for giving that sub to Broccoli Lover 69. Little broccolis. Broccolus. I do love a good broccolus. Broccoli Lover 69. I have now inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, no? Cheeky little devil, you. It's true, it's easy to get by for English language, yet to say it correctly is another thing. Your vocabulary is not too shabby, although you should try French. It's very detailed. I would love to learn French. I would love to learn French. I feel like if you are doing a lot of traveling, the 2 languages that are probably the most useful are English and Mandarin Chinese. Just basically, like, purely based on how many people speak one or other, like one or both of them, you know? Then you kind of like cover vast swathes of people.
Panda to Mago, panda to it, panda to it.
Something random I learned. Young coconuts have been used for fluid because the human body can processes. It was used in and NOM. Because they ran out. But I am curious, what if you're allergic to nuts? P.S. I don't speak English, I'm American, I know American. Teehee.
Somebody actually said that to me, Aslin. Somebody actually turned around to me and was like, can you speak American? Like, genuinely, dead seriously. I was over in the States and I was speaking. They were like, why are you speaking like that? And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, well, speak American. It just why don't you speak American? And I was like, are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me? Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. They used coconuts. Young coconuts have been used for IV fluid because the human body can process it. Well, shit. That is damnably intriguing. That is a very interesting fact. How delightful. America! Bald eagle noise. Ah! Yeah, 100%. That's the one. That is, for those people that don't know, that is the sound of a bald eagle. All right, I know it's hard to believe. Most people are thinking that it's some kind of general overhaul bald eagle like noise that is stereotypical, but that noise, that is the sound of the true when a bald eagle isn't showing off. You know, when it's at home and it's like got its feet up on the couch, the sofa, and it's like watching its favorite program, and like it gets up to go grab some peanuts from the fridge, because you keep peanuts in a fridge, and it stubs its toe on a coffee table. That's the sound it makes, right? That's the sound it makes. Dr. K. Dr. K. You are finding the most random people to give subs to right now. I'll deal with that in a minute. Dr. K. Ross, thank you very much for gifting that sub to Potato Boner. Now, the question I have to ask there, as somebody who is 50% Irish, is that slang term for an Irish person who is standing proud of the nethers? Do you know what I mean? And I can say that because I've got, like, I'm more Irish than most people, you know? Or is it somebody who has sculpted a potato into the shape of a boner? Or is it somebody that has put their boner inside a potato? These are the questions that I have. These are the questions that I have. You know? Potato Boner. I've inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know?
Yeah,
oh, zooey booey. Just as I finished.
Wait. Don't put the mirror down.
You were very close there. Very, very close there. Zooty Booty, your name is also inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough, but goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow. We're speed running the sub talk there, you know. Where was I? MC Amazing, you lug away, you exquisite bean. Thank you very much for popping by and saying hi.
Yeah, you subscribed.
What are you doing? Dr. K. Ross. Dr. K. Ross gifting a sub to a normal username. Welcome back, Steel Wolfie. Steel Wolfie, I think you popped away to probably do post-stream stuff. But I was wondering how you are finding Final Fantasy IX in comparison to the other Final Fantasy you have played. Maybe you answered. Maybe I didn't get it. I haven't got that far down the chat yet, but I was wondering. A normal username. Your name is now inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough, but goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? You're not just doing it on purpose, aren't you, to see how quickly I can say it. Oh, no, not cheeky. Definitely cheeky. Definitely cheeky, Shameless Vixen. Definitely cheeky. Okay, a bit of a headache due to some smell in my house. Oh, no. No, do you know what? Today was the first time in about a week that I haven't woken up with a headache, which I am more than happy about, you know? The braining of words make English more good. Yes, that is correct. How does one English good? It do be true. With dyslexia, it's extremely hard to learn other audio languages. I found out that visual language, like sign language, is easier to learn than how you can learn every language now. However, it would be a different sign language. That's interesting. I was about to say, I always found it very, very interesting that you get obviously different sign languages and stuff like that, but you get like different colloquialisms within sign language. I always find that really, really interesting. I've got a couple of friends who are deaf, and I don't know enough. I don't know any sign language. I'm not going to turn around and say I don't know enough sign language, but I always find it really, really interesting when they talk about like how sign language works and like the colloquialisms within sign language and stuff like that. Absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating, you know. What I've been what? I'm sorry, what? If it doesn't have a base. If it doesn't have a base, yeah, Raven Willow, 100%. If it doesn't have a base, don't stick it in your ass. Because hungry bum syndrome exists. Hungry bum syndrome exists. Where your butt decides to eat stuff. And you will know this. You will know this if you've ever worn like a particularly tight pair of underwear. And your asshole has just decided to fucking nom on it for a little bit. Do you know what I mean? You gotta like pull it out and do a little the de-wedgie. Do you know what I mean? The fucking bastard bum trying to eat my underwear. God damn it. You know? That is an entire thing. That is an entire thing. Well, it does that with other objects as well. Which is the reason why it's got to have a flared base. Make sure stuff you put up your butt has a flared base. Or is attached to something like anal beads or something like that, you know? Yeah, no?
Panda to it, panda to it.
If you'd like to try dessert play, make sure it has a buttery biscuit base.
Not a buttery biscuit base, Dr. K. Good lord, not a buttery biscuit base. Oh my god, that has brought back some fucking nostalgia right there. Right there. Use sex toys, do not use vegetables, period. Speaking as a former healthcare lady, too many times in the year, yeah, no, yeah. Shameless victim, on board it.
Panda to it, panda to it.
In American Sign Language, the sign for the current president means to pay. The more you know.
That's hilarious. We're not going to get into politics, but I do find that hilarious. That I also find it hilarious that here in the United Kingdom, a Trump is a fart. If somebody says, "Oh, you trumped," that means, "Oh, you farted." Take that and do with it as you will. You know. When the bum goes nom nom noms, very much so. Very, very much so. On Shameless Vixen, on that, completely and utterly, friends, do your research and what if you're putting anything in your body, and especially the ones I'm going to warn about are vegetables. Well, any kind of fruit or vegetables, any kind of like plant life. Don't just put it directly in your body. Make sure it's covered first in some description of like condoms or what have you if you're determined to do it with food. And secondly, stone dildos. Make sure there is a very, very small list of dildos, of like stones, of rocks that are suitable to be put inside the body. The vast majority of rocks are in some way, shape or form porous or semi-porous, and as a result can house bacteria that you don't want in one of your orifice. Okay, so yeah, if you are going to put things inside your bod, please do your research first, is what I'm going to say. Do your research first, and if you have any doubts at all, put a condom on it. Put a condom on it. Just get it done, you know. All the nurses and doctors know nothing accidentally goes up your bum. Yeah, nothing. Yeah. It would have to be a very specific angle. I'm glad to hear that you're getting better. Sad that the week was rough, but can relate. Oh, I'm glad that your week was rough, Mr. and Mrs. Crafting. But you're here now. You're here now. All is good. All is good with the world. You're here to chill and have a good time. How's it going, non-binary? How you doing, you beautiful bean? What did I walk into? Good question, Raven Willow. As per usual, chaos incarnate, you know. Oh, my lordy, Creep Pete's. Hello, you cheeky devil. Can I get a shout out for Creep Pete's, please? I would very much appreciate it. You love my tattoo? Seeing it peeking out? Thank you.
Yeah, subscribed. Most kind.
I got this tattoo before there was...
Subscribed. Most kind.
Before there was official, like, symbols for genders and stuff like that. So I was like, cool. I want a symbol that I have made that symbolizes all people of all genders, that symbolizes lust in every way, shape, and form. So I don't know whether you can really see it. It's one of my many tattoos. So it's got like your female thing, and then it's got your male thing, and then I was like, oh, then we're gonna add extras for people on various points of the spectrum of gender and outside the spectrum of gender. This is actually a symbol for lust itself. Then there's like a volcanic, you can't really see it there because it's faded to fuck, but there's like a volcanic lava dynamic here that then turns into like a pink lava across these symbols here. And then there's like an ornate symbol that goes around, like an ornate frame that goes around the top half to really emphasize the fact that lust in my dynamic, lust as I understand it, can be for every single human being in the world, regardless of gender. And it starts off as a very, very carnal thing, but actually it can be unbelievably elegant as well. And then, of course, I've got orchids on either side of it because orchids are the wonderful flower of genitalia. Well, of a very specific genitalia, you know? You know? I'm all about the lust. I do love a good bit of lust. You know? Do I have official diagnosis for ADHD 2? Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure that I have it. I have been told by this wonderful neurodiverse community that I have a hell of a lot of the symptoms of, like, the symptoms of ADHD. And I can completely see it, especially because McSteffels' son, the boy, has got ADHD. And me and him, like, it's amazing that he is not my biological child because of how similar we are. That's unusual. Just saying, chatting to the mods. Doing okay. Quit my job to take some rest and then go back at it. Yeah. Finally chose for myself, and the missus is doing well too. She's doing wellness. She's doing a wellness masseuse training. Ooh, that sounds very exciting. Might start her own massage salon. That sounds awesome. If Mrs. Crafting is able to do that, that's absolutely fucking fantastic. And Mr. Crafting, I hope that you find something that ticks all your boxes as well. I genuinely do. I genuinely do. I was literally talking yesterday with Killer Queen Rach about like I would really struggle to go back to like a 9-to-5 job. I would really, like, I work unreasonable levels of hours every day to do this, to do content creation and the variety of different projects that I do, but I would really struggle to go back to a 9-to-5. Just, yeah, I don't know, it'd be bad times, you know. You most definitely are ADHD, but I think your ADD side of the ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And you just think I'm attention deficit disorder. I don't know. I don't know. The hyperactive is very much there. I might seem nice and calm and relaxed on stream, but don't know about that. Also, the fact that self-diagnosis avoids the banning from Australia, because if you're diagnosed with autism, you're auto-banned from Australia. Yeah, there is that. I'm not going to get into that entire dynamic because that pisses me right off, but yeah. But yeah, there's a few autism and ADHD, neurodiversities are not mental health conditions, but I want to talk about make a statement. No, I don't want to talk about it. I want this to not be a conversation. But there are a few mental health conditions and neurodiversities that prohibit you from certain countries in the world, which is prejudice as fuck, if I do say so myself. There's also the fact they exactly non-binary. Me too, yeah, Steel Wolfie. You're not banned from entering Australia if you have autism. If you're referring to the immigration law, it is way more nuanced than you are typing out. Oh, right, okay. I know that there are connotations for mental health conditions where they straight up, like, they have openly said that there are certain places you cannot go. Because a friend of mine recently, I won't say what the diagnosis was because it's not my place to say it. A friend of mine was recently diagnosed with a very severe mental health condition, and they were like, "Are you sure you want this as an official diagnosis?" And she was like, "Yeah, of course I do. Like, this is what I have. Like, it needs to be." And they were like, "Well, you need to be aware that this comes with certain prejudice. This comes with, like, you won't, but there are prejudices against you, against this diagnosis in certain countries where you will not be allowed to certain places. You won't be allowed to go to certain places. You won't be allowed to, like, emigrate there or what have you, because of this diagnosis." And he was like, "Oh fuck, I didn't realize that the world was still that backwards in some places, you know." Anyway, if you learned French, oh my god, you would literally be stat at that rate. Oh my god, I'll take it. I'll take it. I would love to learn language. My problem is I don't have the patience all the time to sit down and actually sit and learn something, you know? I would love to. I would genuinely love to be in a place where I was, like, financially comfortable enough where I could be like, do you know what? I'm going to take a day, a week to just do stuff for me. Just do stuff for my own pleasure. Do more research into sex education, just for my own like my own interest. Do more, like, learn a new language, shit like that. Do you know? And I'd love to do that, but until that time happens, it's not gonna be a scenario. You know. Start great in the books, horrible in the films. Horrible French by the actor in the movie, or the things. I fucking loved Interview with a Vampire. Queen of the Damned, but I fucking loved Interview with a Vampire. I thought it was absolutely excellent. Nothing like the books, though. I will say it's very different from the books, but I did enjoy the film itself, you know. Then of many years that when people ask if I speak English, they always mean British English, like the proper English. I've had to learn to speak American, and you don't know English. Oh god. The nuance in there is just Speaking of the show, okay, yeah. Every American is given a bald eagle at the age of 12. If you are raised in Florida, they don't use buses. They ride on alligators to school. That's what I've heard, Raven Willow. Yeah, 100%. Like, I also heard recently a wonderful internet meme, aka a meme, that was kangaroos are just deer that have been sent to prison. And there was a picture of a deer's face and a kangaroo's face, like, next to each other, and they look very, very similar when they're like side by side. And then the deer was this slight, really nice, slender, elegant creature, and then there was just a big muscly kangaroo. And it was like, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. My Irish background is quite extensive, and now I'm thinking of potato boners. Look, yeah, there you go. You see, my father is Irish, and my entire father's lineage, to our knowledge, is all Irish. Although somewhere in there is there's a Spanish person somewhere, you know. I'm gonna skip by all that stuff. Favorite French film is La Femme Nikita. I feel like I've seen that one. I feel like I've seen that one. I can't remember anything about it. Show fucking rocks. I find it annoying. I haven't seen the show yet. I do want to sit down and watch it at the moment, but I just don't have the time at the moment. Far too busy. And especially at the moment, I'm playing catch up. Because I took a week off. The audacity of me taking a week off. How very dare I? You like it so far? Curious to see if it will be my new fave. Right now, Final Fantasy VIII is my number one. I couldn't get into Final Fantasy VIII. Could not get into Final Fantasy VIII at all. I really tried. I genuinely really tried. But it was so alien to me. I was just like, I'm out. But then I also really didn't like the idea of gunblades. So I think I had certain level of prejudice before I even stepped into it, you know. But I did try it. I tried it and then just couldn't get into it. You know. Have to check your sub to channel. Yeah. Do have deep respect for someone who is worried to lose an entire cucumber in there. Yeah, 100%. Sometimes, do you know what I will say? How's it going, Claire Bear? Hello, you beautiful bean. How's it going? What I will say, Nibirin, is there are certain, like, obviously having done a lot of, like, sex education and stuff and researched a lot and seen things that can't be unseen, I will say there are certain things that I look at, certain injuries or accidents that happen in the world of coital engagement, where I look at it and I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, but also impressive. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, that wonderful moment where you're like, oh god, I can't believe that happened, and then you're just like, oh, but actually that's really impressive. I am genuinely surprised that you managed to even attempt something like this, you know? Just like, curiosity killed the cat and made me a very, very, very interesting individual. How's it going, Claire Bear? Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you very much. J2 waddling on in here. How you doing, you cheeky devil? Creep Pete's, hello, you beautiful bean. Porous Tea. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. Time to return to the conversation was impeccable. There you go. There you go. Have to be careful. I'm ferociously hungry lady, and this talk stirs up a smidge. Do it. Do it. Snaffle some treats, shameless vixen. Get yourself some delightful snaffly treats and get on that. Mr. and Mrs. Crafting, did I miss the alert? Did I miss the alerts? What the fuck? There was a gifted sub. Mr. and Mrs. Crafting gifted out a community sub there. And then Erich Ptolemy, this was like 12 minutes ago, Erich Ptolemy gifted out a sub to Creep Eats. What the fuck? Did the alerts just not go off? What? What? And Creep Eats. Are there any others? No. Both of you, I have now inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, know? Yeah, cheeky little devil, you. I'm going to whip down a wee bit. Thank you very much for the shout out for Creep Eats. People go check out Creep Eats. Creep Eats is a fucking legendary human being. We raided over to him yesterday and had a really good time over there. I see flowers related to sex. I get the Wall by Pink Floyd scene in my mind, even though that's, yeah, no, I get it. I understand it. We recognize our own, can always recognize our own kind. Perfect. Beautiful. Filth wizardry connects us all. When you use the word symptom with reference to neurodiversity, you're pathologizing something that doesn't need to be pathologized. So my critique with the word, my critique on that word with anyone uses it, they're not symptoms, they're personality traits. So I have personality traits of ADHD. You see, I find personality traits to be problematic non-binary because, like, for me, a symptom of something is a medical term. It's a medical term, and ADHD is a neurodiversity, which is a medical condition. My brain, if I have ADHD, if I've got ADHD, my brain is medically wired differently to neurotypical people, you know? Whereas a personality trait, to me, implies trait. I suppose, yeah, trait would work. Trait could work. But simply symptom implies illness in some opinions. Yeah, I can understand that. Don't get me wrong. For me, it's 100% a symptom. Cannot create dopamine in the same way that people without ADHD do. So it's a symptom. That makes sense. Sure, a symptom can be cured. Neurodivergent brain. I don't know. No, you see, I don't think so. A symptom is well, I mean, medical professionals, you can tell me otherwise. Like people who have actually got medical qualifications and have studied this shit, you can tell me if I'm wrong. To my understanding, a symptom is a external display of X, Y, or Z. For example, you can have a symptom of taking illness as an understanding. You can have a symptom of a terminal illness. That can't be cured by any stretch of the imagination. And as a result, the symptom is, here is a medical scenario. Here is a medical, what's the word I'm looking for? A medical external trait that, a medical external trait. Let me finish one sentence at a time. Jesus Christ. Medical external trait that shows that I have a good chance of having ADHD. Whereas a personality trait, that implies that ADHD is a type of personality, and personalities change all the fucking time. Like, it doesn't have the correct level of seriousness to turn around and say that it's a personality trait. Trait, I could understand. I could say, I would feel like I would be comfortable saying I have a lot of traits of ADHD, even though I don't have a diagnosis of it. I could get on board that one true cripple. Yep. And I can understand why people would why people would use symptom, or people would see the word symptom as in a negative connotation, because it implies illness, you know, whereas ADHD isn't an illness, autism isn't an illness. But to my understanding, symptom as a word, but you know what, let's look it up. Symptom definition. A physical or mental feature which is regarded as indicating a condition of disease, particularly such a feature that is apparent to a patient, or an indication of the existence of something, especially an undesirable situation. So yeah, within, like, I can understand that within the official terminology, the official dictionary definition of symptom, it is said in a negative dynamic. Neutral word for symptom. Neutral word for symptom could be indication, nah. Sign, nah. Manifestation, definitely not. Feature. No, I think trait is probably the most accurate term of these. Ooh, what's this? Source from One True Cripple, thank you very much. About trait versus symptoms. Okay, let's have a quick look. The distinction between symptoms and traits in hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology. The hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology is an empirical and qualitative. Yeah, okay. Empirical and quantitative derived dimensional classification system designed to describe the features of psychopathological and ultimately to replace categorically nosologies among the constructs that high top organizations Among the constructs that high top organizes are symptom components and maladaptive traits. But the publications have not fully explicated the distinction between symptoms and traits. We propose the working definitions of symptoms and traits and explore the challenges, exceptions, and remaining questions. Let me have a look, because that's all a lot of words. Maladaptive traits are dispositional constructs that describe persistent tendencies to manifest features of psychopathology, whereas symptoms are features of psychopathology as they are manifest during any specific time period, from moments to days to months. This has consequences that almost every high top, which is HITOP, every high top dimension at any level of the hierarchy can be assessed as either a trait or a symptom dimension. So traits are, according to the National Library of Medicine, traits, medically speaking, a trait is a prolonged a prolonged manifestation of persistent tendencies, whereas a symptom is a manifestation of a tendency within a specific time period. Okay, interesting. Interesting. How's it going, Jam Jab Brain? How you doing? Stupedia, I will get to your sex education question momentarily. I just want to get this all done because I am way fucking behind in chat. I'm going to whip down a wee bit so I can get on top of this conversation first. How's it going, Queen Bob? How you doing? Apparently I fell asleep to your soothing voice last night. I'm all on board it. All on board it. Symptoms don't necessarily mean an illness. It's normally just an external physical, as you said. This is correct. Observing symptom of ADHD makes personality trait in itself is different. Yeah, I have I really don't like I really like, as a passionate feeling, I really hate the idea of anything to do with medicine and biology described as personality traits. Like the word personality, that is like, if it's like a scenario where somebody's personality is changed because of a brain injury or because of like a drug addiction or something like that, then yeah, use personality in the description terms. But to say something is a personality trait of like autism or a personality trait of ADHD, excuse me, it, like, in my opinion, vastly undermines the severity of it, for sure. Thank you very much for reposting that through Sembar, and thank you very much to One True Cripple as well for providing that link as well. I really appreciate that. Mental symptoms too, yep, is yet. Doesn't mean negative, though it can go either way. Yeah, like according to the definition, it's often used in a negative connotation, even if it isn't negative itself. There's no inherent conflict between accepting and working with neurodiversity on one hand, and promoting increasing skill development on the other hand. It's a role of all teachers, counselors, and therapists to promote growth and learning. For professional working with neurodivergent people, the important issue is that neurodivergent people should be assisted in growing and developing much more into much more capable neurodivergent people, not pushing to become like non-neurodivergent people. Oh, it's a quote from Jay. I was very confused as to where you were going with that non-binary, but yeah, okay. Trait is definitely more accurate. Yeah, I feel like from what we've just discussed, as per the Library of Medicine there, the link that was provided to us by One True Cripple, trait is more accurate. So, for example, a trait would be, if we're talking about ADHD, the ADHD traits that I experience, a trait would be like the lack of focus or the hyper focus or the time blindness, for example, because they're prolonged manifestations of external, whatever the fucking phrasing was. Whereas like when I'm having a more manic episode, we're having a more hyper episode, that would be a symptom, as per the terminology that we just explored with the Library of Medicine, you know. This comes down to the debate that still exists around the condition, is whether a condition is natural variation or whether it exists as a disorder. There's much debate. Oh, really? That's interesting. Natural variation being variable genetic traits, I would imagine, whereas a disorder is something that shouldn't be there. And I can imagine that is a debate that not only exists but will never stop, because human beings will keep changing and evolving and mutating and what have you as time goes on. We are biological creatures, so it makes sense that will not stop. Is this a natural variation, or is this a disorder? You know? No, that is very, very interesting. So it's a trait because it is prolonged, but it has not to do with whether it can be cured or not. Yes, very much so. That's from what we've just learned from official medical documentation, yes. And please be aware, friends, for the purposes of covering my own ass legally, I have not had any description of training in regards to medical sciences, in regards to mental health sciences. I have had no training. I have no qualifications. I have no basis to stand on other than what we are exploring together by looking up resources that I am proclaiming to you so that you all know where I'm getting the information from. So that you can look it up yourself and what have you. Do not take any advice that I give you as medical advice or psychological advice or mental health advice, etc. If you need that information, then seek a medical professional. Seek a qualified, trained professional. You know? Just doing my little small print so that I'm covering my own ass, you know? Okay, so is a trait of colds that they make nose run, and a runny nose is a symptom of having a cold. I think you can't, because of the fact that a cold is a fixed period, mystery unsolved, you can't have traits of colds. For example, a cold is a series of symptoms that are caused by the bacteria that is in your system. But because if it was like a cold that then led to a condition that you would have for a prolonged period of time, like chronic pneumonia or something like that. I don't even know if you can get pneumonia on a chronic level, but hypothetically speaking, if your cold built up and evolved into chronic pneumonia, then you would then have traits and symptoms. So you would have traits of the prolonged manifestations of that pneumonia within your chronic pneumonia within the system, and then you would have periods within that would have like the more cold-like symptoms or the more flu-like symptoms, etc. To my understanding. No reason, no pressure. If you need to jump into the game, we can pause the question if they work. I will jump into the game momentarily, but I can answer the question. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. Trilby and Harry say hi to. Yeah, hi Trilby and Harry. How you doing? Thank you very much for passing on the message, Queen Bob. Appreciate that. Very nice to meet you all and these types of conversations. But last time I sneak on some gaming and then bike and then have a wonderful time with a delicious play partner. Variety is indeed the spice of life. Have a wonderful, wonderful time, Shameless Vixen. Thank you very much for coming in and joining the conversation. Thank you very much for the follow. And hopefully we'll see you again sometime. Hopefully we'll see you again sometime, you beautiful bean. There's also different models of disability socially versus medically. Yes, and that is a much, much, much bigger conversation. But yes, there is. There is indeed. My OCD and my depression may be natural in that sense. They're likely genetic, and so I was naturally predisposed to them. But so is diabetes. I wouldn't consider any of them an extension of normal. No, but to take a slightly different how am I going to word this? So people with depression have that obviously have the struggle with the happiness, being happy, being content, etc. And that is a trait of depression. Whereas somebody with borderline personality disorder or emotionally unstable disorder, as it is now known, the depression is a symptom of the BPD. And the BPD itself has various different traits. I think there's 9 traits altogether that are manifestation, are like traits, manifestations of the BPD itself. And one of those is depression, which is then subsequently a symptom. Oh my god, my brain's melting now. Too many words. I believe that you can get chronic pneumonia. Thank you very much for that, Green Bob. I just surmised based on the logical the logical brain track that I was following, you know. By a trait of a cold, I mean what colds do. Maybe it's misunderstanding a word. Yeah, I think because of the way that the word symptom works in regards to a medical terminology, symptom is a fixed period, and you only have a cold for a fixed period. So the cold's manifestation in your body would create symptoms. Whereas if you were having it like a cold, you'll have for 2 weeks, a month maybe. Whereas if you had cold-like symptoms because of chronic pneumonia, for example, for a year, 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, then you'd be looking at traits, because traits are the prolonged manifestation of that. Like, I think a good way of describing it, a good way of differentiating it would be COVID versus long COVID. COVID has symptoms. Long COVID has traits. Because long COVID goes on for months and months and months and months and months, whereas COVID itself goes on for a week or two. Well, the symptoms go on for a week or two, you know. For me, describing my ADHD problems as traits instead of as symptoms make them sound whimsical and chosen instead of part of my neurological disability. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that for sure. And that's in exactly the same way as me really disliking the phrase personality trait in that regard, because it makes it sound whimsical and chosen, and it's like no, this is part of it, you know. But realistically speaking, all this is very, very interesting, and genuinely, when it comes to medical terminology, within medical texts, within medical notes, like doctor's notes on your systems and what have you, when it comes to that, the medical terminology is really fucking important. It's really, really fucking important. When it comes to us having a conversation, it doesn't fucking matter. If somebody turns around to me and goes, oh, one of my traits of ADHD is this, or somebody turns around and goes, oh, one of my symptoms of ADHD is this, I know what they mean. And when I turn around and say, I'm not diagnosed with ADHD, but I display a lot of the symptoms, you all know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? Whether I use the phrase symptoms or traits or manifestations, you all know what I mean. Very, very important when it comes to medical texts. Very, very important when it comes to medical studies and medical notes on systems to do with displaying stuff like that. Yeah, 100%. But we are not medical professionals in a medical professional atmosphere that need to talk about this stuff. We are happy to read between the lines without having to worry about it, you know? You know? And also, on that note, all of your feelings on all of these words are completely valid. You are allowed your own opinions. I have a personal dislike over the phrase personality trait. Sembar has a dislike over the phrase trait as opposed to symptom. And a few of you mentioned earlier that have a dislike over the word symptom because of the negative connotations with it when it comes to neurodiversity, which isn't something that can be cured. All completely valid emotional reactions to these dynamics. All completely valid. None of them are wrong. None of them are wrong. They can all be right to each one of us, and that's okay, and that's all right. Okay. Oh yeah, no, non-binary. Yeah, I get that. But if I start going into that, I'm gonna start going off on one, because that was actually one of the conversations that myself and One True Cripple had on the Thirsty Work podcast. I interviewed One True Cripple about sex and disability. And did another one. We've done a couple of episodes on sex and disability, because I did one with Roll with Rue as well in the second season. Yeah, the second season of the Thirsty Work podcast. And of both those dynamics, the social versus the medical conversation came up in that. So yeah, I completely get it. Oh, thank you very much, Nibrid. Same with the fact that people don't have wings isn't a problem. Yeah. No, I get that. Right, let me... Stupedia, are you still here? Alara, getting a whimsical fact in there as well. Are you still here, Alara? You're still here. Fantastic. Let's have a look at some whimsical facts for you. Ooh. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, that's a good one. And Stupedia is here as well. Fantastic. I want to get a nice quick one. We've done all of these. This is the problem. We've got to a point now where we've done so many random facts about sex. None of these are any good. This is the problem. Trying to get a good whimsical fact. Gotta like, no, you lurk away, you cheeky little though. You lurk away. Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna do a whimsical fact that I don't even need to. Don't even need to look into, because I learned this from Dr. Esme, who is a sex educator over on Fenny Ven Ven. How you doing, Dr. Esme over on TikTok. So where's me pipe? Let me get me pipe, and I'll do my whimsical fact. Whimsical fact about sex. Did you know that, contrary to popular belief, the vibrator was never ever used to cure hysteria? Never used. Complete fucking myth. Never actually, no, didn't happen. Didn't fucking happen. So, that entire dynamic, the idea of like orgasms being used to cure hysteria and anxiety, the advice that was given to women who had hysteria and anxiety was to go and have more sex with their husbands, because more sex with their husbands would relieve the stress, etc., etc. And of course, in a patriarchal society, how else was a woman going to have a good time? Do you know what I mean? Like, that was the old late 1800s, early 1900s way. Go and have more sex with your husband. That'll make everything better, you know? And off the back of that, the myth came about that, well, more sex means more pleasure, and pleasure came about because of like the vibrators, and vibrators were obviously used with women in sanatoriums to make them orgasm. Complete and utter myth. The vibrator was originally invented as a massage device that was frequently advertised in homes across the entirety of America, Europe, and United Kingdom, etc. Basically saying, hey, you've got sore muscles, you can use these vibration devices in order to loosen up those muscles. That was originally what it was invented for. And then, and I cannot fucking remember the name of them for the life of me now that I've started this fact, but a specific individual, a specific woman in the 1960s turned round, and I think they worked for a magazine, but they turned around and they said very publicly, hey ladies, if you just use some of that massage machines on a very specific part of your anatomy, then you might have a good time. You might have a good time with it. And that is the first records of anyone ever suggesting that people with vulvas use a vibration device in their nether regions, in their most intimate of intimates, in order to achieve orgasm. Before that, the rest of it, all the stuff about hysteria and stuff like that, is a complete and utter myth. Didn't actually happen. And I only found that out relatively recently. So I am here to help smash that myth and stop people from believing it and doing it. So yeah, there you go, Lara. There's your whimsical fact about sex. Still here, Stupedia asks, why is the G-spot called the G-spot? And can the G-spot be stimulated without penetration? Whoa, there is the question. So the G-spot, I actually don't know why it's called the G-spot. Why is the G-spot?
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Called the G-spot? Okay. Oh, this is going to be a much more complicated conversation than I initially put into, because I've just remembered so much. I've like, you know, when you're like, I'm not entirely sure, I'll look into that, and then something pops up and you're like, oh wait, no, I actually know shitloads about this. Oh fuck. Not why is it called that? Why is it not the science behind its location? I want the reason why it's called the G-spot. I know its location. I know all that shit. Oh, okay, there we go. The G-spot is named after Ernst Grafenberg, a German gynecologist who first wrote about it in the 1950s. It was originally called the Grafenberg spot. Grafenberg spot, potentially. And then they later shortened it to the G-spot. And it is Grafenberg proposed the existence of this sexually sensitive area on the inner wall of the vagina. So yeah, so it's named after. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate that. It's named after Grafenberg, Ernst Grafenberg, the Dr. Ernst Grafenberg, a gynecologist who found the sexually sensitive area on the inside of the vagina. Can it be stimulated without penetration? No. You can have sensitive areas like around the vulva and like, obviously the clitoris and stuff like that. And like the clitoris is a much bigger organ that does encapsulate around the internal opening of the vagina and stuff like that. It's quite large, as many people will know. In fact, you know what? Can I pull up a picture of it without breaking terms of service? Yeah, that'll do. So, this is the clitoris. This is like the entire organ of the clitoris. This bit, this tiny little pink nubbin here, is the only bit that is on the outside. All of this is on the inside. Okay? No worries, Mr. and Mrs. Crafton. You luck where you cheeky little level. Want to pause this conversation and answer? No, it's good. I've started it now. I've started it now, so we're doing it. But yeah, all of this is on the inside. So as you can see, this is the vaginal opening here. And then this here is like either side of the vaginal opening. And then the G-spot, depending obviously on the person, is a sexually sensitive area. But let me just double check something to make sure that my facts are correct. Yeah. Can I find a good diagram to show you? So the G-spot is kind of like just behind where that, you know, when I was showing you, like it is sort of comes out and then there's like two little balloony areas here that full of sensitive thingies. The G-spot is sort of like just behind the clitoris, and some people, some theories suggest, because there's no confirmed evidence of exactly what the G-spot is, mainly because, to my understanding, as a non-medical person myself, to my understanding, the G-spot, because of the fact that so many people with vaginas are obviously not the same, and not everybody has a sensitive G-spot, not everybody has sensitive internal parts and what have you, not everybody has a sensitive clitoris. People have so many different dynamics and different things when it comes to their own personal anatomy that they can't determine, or they haven't yet. Not saying they can't do it, because, you know, medical science doesn't really want to look into the idea of pleasure for women a lot of the time. So pleasure for people with vulvas for a lot of the time. But many theories suggest that the G-spot itself is just sort of like the back side, the backwards facing surface of the clitoris itself, which is the reason why it's so sensitive, because it's the clitoris entire organ that makes it sensitive. That is what causes the sensitivity. So some theories suggest that the G-spot itself is the Val. The G-spot itself is the backside of the sensitivity, backside of the clitoris, because of the clitoris's sensitivity. There are other suggestions about its proximity to the bladder as well, and the sensitivities there. And there was another theory that I can't remember about it just being a thing in and of itself entirely, but nobody can really confirm that by itself. But yeah, it's on the inside, just above the entrance. Yeah. So for lack of that, I'm doing this educationally. So this is the vulval opening, as it were, the vaginal opening. It's sort of like in and then up, like this. Like this. And then if you imagine that the clitoris is like here, the actual clitoris would hug round here, so you would be pulling right on the back edge of it, you know? Sort of similar to prostate. The prostate is also known as the G spot, but actually that's the P spot because it's the prostate spot, combatant. But yeah, the prostate is a little bit further in to like an asshole. So it's a bit further in and it's more prevalent. It's not non-existent in people with vulvas, but it is more prevalent in people with penises. And I can't remember how many inches, but it's a bit further in. But sort of similar, yeah, it's very much on the same sort of side. So if your G-spot's here, if you're going in and up for the G-spot, in order to go for the P-spot, you're going in and up for the P-spot. Which is why when people get like prostate exams and what have you, you got the doctor with his big rubber glove and his or her big rubber glove and the lubrication and the, you know. Yeah, now. So yeah, the reason why it's called the G-spot is because of Dr. Ernst Grafenberg. And yes, you have to, the only way that you can stimulate the G-spot is with penetration. Okay, hope that answers your question. Hope that answers your question. Fenny Fen, good morning, you cheeky little devil. Well, hello there. Well, hello there. Good morning to you as well, you cheeky little devil. You look at you coming over here, getting all close and personal, getting all up in my business. Oh, my lordy. What do you like? What do you like, you scandalous individual? Oh, my... I can hardly believe it. My lordy. Look at you also looking fucking amazing this morning. Look at you looking amazing this morning. Cheeky little devil. Cheeky little devil, Fenny Fen. Ladies and gentlemen and all gents outside and between, Miss Uki has redeemed a Praise the Mods. Could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. Boop, 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 boop. Those all do. Mods, thank you so much for all you do. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do with this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful community. And actually a special thanks to Sembar Flay this morning for having a very serious and dignified conversation in the Discord and managing to have like just not police it is the wrong word, managed to navigate that conversation with respect and information and yeah, just nicely done. Just nicely done. Do you know what I mean? Kind of test an orgasm is not going to help when I am manic. Yeah. Have you tried? You don't have to answer that question. G equals good. Yes. You just stored under a different header in your brain archive. Yeah, evidently, Ayla-sana. Like, this is the thing. Like, I've done that much fucking research into these dynamics. I was like, hold on, I don't actually know that. I didn't know the G-spot was called G-spot because of Dr. Grafenberg. Didn't know that. That was entirely new to me. But I knew as soon as I opened, like, a tab, I was like, okay, here's a whole load of diagrams that I have definitely seen before. And I'm like, oh, God damn it. All right, see how it is. See how it is. But yeah, thank you very much for that, Stupedia. Hope that answers your question. Wait, so I can regulate my partner with this info while doing the old rumpy pumpy? Oh, regale your partner? Yeah, by all means. You want to regale your partner while doing the rumpy pumpy? By all means, do so. If they've got some kind of medical kink, they may get off on it while you're explaining what's happening within their body, you know? Definitely a possibility. That's educational. Huzzah! Thank you for answering the question. I appreciate the information and learning. All about it. All about it. I'm all for education and learning, as you people well know. Inbound Dreams, how you doing? How's it going? Combatant as well. Hello, you cheeky devil. Kiara Strings, welcome back from the gym. I hope that you pumped some iron and had a wonderful time doing that, you know. Is it the 40s or 50s when the prostate checks start? Good question. I think it's the 50s. Or certainly in this country, I seem to remember it being the 50s. I'm approaching my 40s and nobody, like no medical professional has mentioned anything to me. And I got a load of blood work done like a month ago. So if they were going to tell me about it, they were going to tell me then, you know? Thanks for answering my question. You are very, very welcome. Very, very welcome. Friends! An advertisement is about to begin, and I'm going to use this opportunity to go make myself another cup of tea. Another cup of tea and go visit the urination station, and then we're going to jump into the game. Because naturally, I said we'd talk for an hour, and we've talked for 2 hours. As we do, you cheeky little devils. So friends, get up, have a stretch your eyes, look somewhere in the distance, then look back again, grab some kind of beverage, hot, cold, or if the time is permitting, flamboyant as fuck. Don't forget to take your meds. If you haven't done it already, take them now. If you are wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths. Stretch those lungs out, stretch those rib cages out. Never wear a binder longer than is medically recommended, which is what we understand to be approximately 6 hours. Cheeky little devils. Don't forget to charge your sex toys if you haven't done it already. And while you're at it, why not go and check that all of your lubrication and condoms are in date, all right? I'll be back momentarily, cheeky little devils, and then we'll jump into the game. I decided against a cup of tea in the end. I drink too much tea, I just end up pissing all the time. Do you know what I mean? With this new screen? What do you mean? It's me! It's me, your favorite face of all times. Say add some mods. Cool, friends. Let's do this. Let's jump into the Game. The cheeky little Game. James Spader, fucking excellent. James Spader is an amazing performer, amazing actor, I have to say. Right, friends, we are going to jump into Citizen Sleeper now. Please be aware that I do not like any hints, any tips, any spoilers. I don't like any kind of any hints or information about the game. The less I know about the game, the happier I am as a human being. But before we do that, people go check out the glorious Mizuki. Go check out the glorious Mizuki. Mizuki is a wonderful human being who I love very, very dearly. If you like chaos, if you like shenanigans and preposterousness, then you will like Mizuki. Mizuki is a wonderful human being who deserves all of your love and attention. Deserves all of your love and attention. Do it. Do the thing. Do the bits and pieces, you know? Thank you very much, Nibri, for throwing that first out there as well. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't just ask my GP to finger me, but it's good to know if I can if I need to. I mean, yeah, I would advise against it. If you're a person with a vulva, like, go see a gynecologist if you have any kind of concerns or worries. And if you are a person with a penis, then make sure that you check your prostates and stuff. Do you know what, friends? Medical checkups are worthwhile. And it is worth knowing what medical checkups you need for your age and your biology. You know? Right, let us jump into the Game. Oh my lordy, oh, I'm having a bit of a... There we go, that's all right, a bit of a malfunction. It's fine, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Okay, where the fuck were we? What were we doing? Build a home. Disable your tracker. That's what the main thing we want to do. Wait for Feng to return. Enter the Greenway. Find Ashton. Flotilla aid. Gain Ethan's protection. Oh, I'm not gaining Ethan's protection. That's the dickhead. We don't know. We don't like him. I need to get Girolet's caps. I need one more of those, I seem to remember. And I've only got 6 left. And then Rabaya was the... Oh my god, Jester Fraud. Thank you very much for that, you beautiful bean. I really appreciate it. Right, what were we doing in regards to building a home? It's here, if I remember. We've got to seal the unit. Okay. We don't really need that at the moment. To disable the tracker. Toggle tracking. He will disable your SNAP trapper if you get to the bottom of this mystery first. Wait for Feng to return. So we can't do anything there. Unlock the Greenway gate. I think that's what we were doing because we just defeated the hunter and the killer, hadn't we? And if we go over here, we should be able to reconnect the Greenway gate. Think the curtains need oiling? They definitely do. Neutral outcome. The cloud. The Greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. What if what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The hunter and killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and the systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in? The entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it, and you notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure, turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down onto the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. An ingrown farm administrator. Okay. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled lights of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. An actual seed? You need to find somewhere to plant the seed. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Dickhead, you rang? There it is. There it is. How you doing, Jester Rod? How's it going, you beautiful bean? Can I plant the seed in here? No. And I need... Oh, I could go for forage for fungus. And get my Girolais caps, which is what I require. I got some Girolais caps. Fantastic. So now I can go back over and finish this day with finishing off Emphasis Stall. You know? Just cracked a fresh Dr. Pepper. Loving this. I'm getting colonoscopy next week due to my age. Oh, the joys. Oh, Millen. I hope it all goes well. I hope it all goes smoothly. And the recovery period is also really smooth, you beautiful bean. Weekend can't consume enough for me to open a can of Dr. Pepper. You craving that Dr. Pepper? I was never a fan. Forgot that I was on 3080p or 380p. I was like, Val's not looking his usual crisp and glorious self. Rabbit's Burrow, how you doing, you beautiful bean? How's it going? How are things? Envis wants to make this old recipe, and he'll need 3 handfuls of Jurelay caps and fresh and firm. Okay, I'm giving him the Jurelay caps. Hopefully he'll feed me as well. Jurelay prep. Emphasis working on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. Oh, shit. Does that mean I can't get food from him for a while? I don't care about Ethan's debt. But I am 5 cycles away from that guy arriving. Feng's Bay, but I only need 1 cycle before Feng's back. Okay, is there a way I can get some food? Can I get food from here? No. Shit. Talking about cravings, I crave a relaxing bath. Ooh. Ooh, we do like a relaxing bath. I can't just use money to buy food here, which I could have done there. Oh, God, that's so annoying. I have a ship mind. You require 5 Haven datas. Shit. You need 3 Matsutake mushrooms to get 80 cryo. But I don't need cryo at the moment. I need food. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to be starving. Fuck. Right, I'm going to have to do this because I don't have much of a choice. End the cycle. I'm going to get starving and then I'm going to... Which is bad. Bad times, and I have 4 cycles left. It's going to be 3 cycles before that's done. Fuck. Doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does a shift. Even with a negative outcome, that would still give me some energy. Right. Oh, God damn it. This isn't good. Right, let's do this thing first and then see whether... If that can remove the tracker, then that gives me a whole load of peace off the old shoulders. Do you know what I mean? Doing well, thank you. Things have improved since my last visit. Huzzah! We love to hear it. We love to hear it. Next place I live, I must have a bath. I've got a cast iron bath in my bathroom. It's not like a fancy one. It's just there. It was in the house before I moved in. And I will say that all of the enamels, like, fucked on it. So it needs to be re-enameled. But actually, I'm just like, do I want it re-enameled or do I want to put the bath in the garden and have it as like a cast iron pond and then just put a new bath in there? And you know what? At one point, I was like, oh, I'll definitely do that. And then every single time I'm like, okay, we'll do these things. I'm like, oh, shit, I need to repair the boiler. Oh, shit, I need to repair my car. Oh, shit, the fucking roof has blown off and I need to deal with this shit. It's just, one thing after another. The joys of being a homeowner. Feng grins at you as the bay doors. Feng grins at you as the bay doors slide open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organized endless meetings after endless meeting. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation this station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as Havenage security that weren't in on the assault. Oh my god. I can't even fucking read today. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as the Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Feng smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. They have him? He's being held, yeah. He looks around. I think the idea is to use him as leverage with the Conway to get them to back off. Maybe they'll exile him. And when they are done, or hand him over to... Maybe they'll exile him when they are done. Or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Is it true? Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah, the whole thing hasn't won me many fans in the administration, but I think in the end they'll all agree that outing Hardin was worth it, whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Havenage installed, they keep spinning from the rim, and that isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, the people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. It produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripperworm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't show SNARP where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body and your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit the data to tell SNARP that your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins wildly. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slot it in already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand, and then you close your eyes and open up your access port. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget that they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng, a little nervously. Free. Feng smiles wildly. Well, you are free, sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs, and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. Aww. Aww. My little dude's free. My little dude's free. But this is still counting down. Oh, it's not. It's not counting down. Yeah! Ah, how exciting. They are no longer after me, friends. I am free to navigate the network as I see fit. And I am free to and I'm free to explore and continue my little life. It's great. Oh my god, love this. Love this. No cheeky Valen garden bathing. I mean, would that count as a hot tub stream? Okay. We've got upgrades available. We've only got 1 point. That would be a really useful one. Upgrade all of your points once per cycle. So let's save our skill point. We've got another 2 there. I'm not going to click on that one just yet because I don't want to know what Ethan's all about. Oh, exciting times. That's weirdly just put a massive weight off my fucking shoulders. I think the next thing we're going to do is track Ashton. I think that's the next big thing. However, I really need to get some more food in me. Good. We got some cryo and we got some energy, which is what we needed. Well, we didn't need the cryo, but we did need the energy. So that is worthwhile. I still have a stabilizer for when we need it. Pop across the greenway. And now we're into properly saving thingy. So search for signals. Rather than hiking through the wilderness, you make use of your skills, tap into the cloud and find Ashton by his signals. Or look for tracks. Something seems obvious. So I think this one, because if this makes it a 6, which means we're definitely going to get it, which means we're going to get +3 on searching for Ashton. Let's risk it for a biscuit. Okay. Risked it for a biscuit. Not an hour then, not an hour then, definitely not. Sea Viking, how you doing? How's it going? Then you wake up and it was all just a simulation. We'll go back to our home. Well, our current home. Oh, we can't until we complete the active scenes? Oh, this is the first time we've been in a situation like this. So I'm not allowed to restart the day until after I've clicked on Ethan, the cynical bounty hunter. For those people that might not have been here for this story so far, Ethan was originally hunting us, okay? So our character is a human consciousness inside a synthetic body. And we escaped slavery and made our way onto this space station. We crash landed here. We managed to do a little bit of work, get some money, get some food in us, managed to keep our body repaired and what have you. And then Ethan, the bounty hunter, found us. And he was like, right, fuck you, I've got you. I'm going to sell you back to Essen Corp. Essen Arp, which is the corporation that owns the synthetic body. And he was like, I found you, there's a bounty on your head, I'm going to get you. But actually, I'm going to exploit you first. So I've got a bar tab that's open, and I'm going to go and drink in this bar all the fucking time. And then every few days, you're going to have to come and pay for my tab. You're going to have to come down, pay for my tab, and basically blackmail the fuck out of us. Because he was like, either you do this, you pay for my tab, or I take you back to SNARP. Then we finally got out of that situation, and Ethan had an altercation with us and the bar manager and got kicked out of that place, that venue. Then he came over to us and was like, hey, I'm real sorry about that. I'm gutted. Could you help me work off my debt? Because I really appreciate you. But also, the reason why I want you to work off the debt is because I will protect you, because they've cancelled the The bounty people have cancelled your bounty. They've cancelled all bounties on all synthetics because they've got somebody in-house who is hunting you all down. Literally hunting you all down. And I refused. I refused to be blackmailed like that. I refused to pay his tab and said, right, you're going to have to work yourself to get all of that off your own back. And I was focusing on deleting the tracker. Do you know what I mean? Just getting rid of the tracker. So I have not helped this guy at all. Rightly so. Fuck him and everything he stands for. And now the actual corporate bounty hunter is not after me either. So let's see what Ethan have to say. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. Bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, you wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target that he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now when he has fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you will ever come back to this place, or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the lights of the bright market and allow yourself a smile. So, this is what Feng meant when he said that you were free. You could get used to this. Oh, okay. All right. I genuinely thought he was going to turn up and be like, I know you're still alive. But he didn't. He fucking bailed. He fled away from his debt. All right. Okay. Okay. See how it is. Very, very cool. I like this shit. I like this shit. We don't need the stabilizer just yet. We're about to jump down into 3 dice as opposed to 4. But overall, we're doing all right. We're doing okay. 2 6s? That is fucking excellent. Cross the greenway. Is there any way on here? Oh, what's all this? Interesting. Nowhere to plant the seed yet. Nope. Huh. Interesting. What's this? Oh, that requires me to have +1 on physical shit, if I remember correctly. Okay, well, let's find this dude. I think... Oh, that makes it 4. Just +1 tracking Ashton. Shit. Well, I'm not going to waste one of those 6s on it. What's the Haven Commune? Grow the work beds? Yeah, I don't really care about joining them. We could definitely do one of these. 2 random rare mushrooms in a relay cap. Let's do that. There's so much freedom. There's so much freedom in not having to worry about shit like this anymore. Barter for food. That's cool, but we don't really need to do that at this moment in time. We've got Jirale caps, so we can trade them in. But we've got the Matsutake caps. But I feel like we'll if we need to, then we'll do that. I don't think we need to at this moment in time. I should have the Yatagan agent. That's a 1. I should have some more Havenage agents. You need a 2 or a 3. You need a 1 or a 3. You need a 2. So the Havenage is requiring 2s. We can grab a Yatagan one. And we'll get the information, because those 1s are bad anyway. The only thing they're really useful for is stuff like this. Perk Icebreaker. Interesting. Get to know Emphis. That's going to be another 1. Improve the Overlook. Help with the distillery. We could do that for our 6. And then end the cycle, because at the next one we should be able to go and speak to the chef. The chef dude. And we are now starving, but that's okay because we've got this dude coming. Emphis, that's the name. Emphis is preparing the Jirale caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb that you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms, and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there, in the well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. "We have a moment, Sleeper," he smiles. "Do you have a story?" Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match the feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some of the memories survive, and that, on occasion, they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you... You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with the memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you've forgotten something important, but you can't bring it to mind. Emphis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize that you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's, and at the same time, someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. "Sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles." He puts the wok to one side. "I appreciate you sharing with me." He smiles. "I hope it lightens you a little." He passes you a bowl and heaps the Jirales into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. "Eat." The dish is delicious, filling. It warms as you eat in a way that you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy you think, that SNR left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experiences must be met. That is why you breathe, even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves as another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted, and yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. Lekwe, Purplebat. As you finish, Emphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Ah. Ooh. The Matsutake broth? Emphis mentioned an old recipe for Matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of Matsutake caps, freshly sourced. That is amazing. We love this, but I have got full health, so I'm not going to do that right. Full food, so I'm not going to do that right now. I'll wait till I get back down to next to nothing. Although, I would imagine it'll take another 3 days to do that. Maybe we do it now. I'll leave it 1 day. I'll leave it 1 day before I put those in there. Let's have a look, see. Up the top. Send to the hub. Spacious socializing. +2 weightless wanderer. Could learn a bit more about the spaces. But first, I think we're going to finish off doing the thing for... Oh, what we can do while I'm here. I can get over and do one of the Havenage things. Havenage agent. That requires a 2, because that requires a 2. We're good. Bypass. Extract the data, because we need 5 Havenage datas, I think. Oh, and that gives me 3. Perk Icebreaker, extra data. Okay. We'll pop over to the Greenway. Not having that pressure is fucking excellent. Fine, we'll take that one. Shouldn't have wasted those other ones, really. But never mind. Right. Let's help out Ankita. The trail ahead extends deep into the overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the Greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from the broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. You're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath its collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Call Ankita. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure that he is there? Even if he's not, what does it matter? Yes, come now. Copy, hold tight until I get there. The static cuts out. The channel is dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead, the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere, bordered by the void of space. You smile. Despite everything, it seems like an improvement. Sleeper? Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He is in the collapsed stack? I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth and work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind. It's slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead, there is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits amongst the moss and the algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy island at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light, descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted and broken open. Wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. That's Amber's ship mind, she says. And you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Who is? You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates, beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks, high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here, or I'll rip this right out of their head! She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Oh, oh, the tension. How's it going, Michaela? How you doing? Been lurking for a bit. Amazing story. Nice to see. This is the kind of game that would really drain me an hour needing to read it all with all the dyslexia. Yeah, I completely understand that. I'm definitely struggling today. I think my brain's just not in a reading space, but I am loving it. I am loving every part of it. And I'd like to think that I can read smoothly enough that people are okay with it, you know? I think in this circumstance, I'm going to stay silent. Because as much as they are another sleeper, I don't know whether they're somebody I know. I don't know anything about them. And I know that me shouting stop is going to throw the power balance into the other person, into Ashton's favor. Whereas Ankita's done relatively good by me. Do you know what I mean? Stay silent. Going in for it. Doing okay, Sethard? Thank you very much. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of water running down the wall of the drum. And Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for fuck's sake. For God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Oh. So this is the ship mind, and this is the sleeper that it's all plugged into. Okay, intriguing. Drop the gun! Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton? You sicko? He stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mind for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I need the ship mind. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it. For your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there? They're just bait, right? To draw me out. Ankita sucks in a breath. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them, and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton, Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way... He inches closer. Please. Can't let you take you, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mind and go. Ankita looses her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers her gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back inside the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly. Drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects. While all around, living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. She killed the sleeper! And her killing the sleeper means that I'm out. Interesting that Ashton was in love with the sleeper. That I find very fascinating. Proof that there is enough humanity within a synthetic body for love to happen. Let's do a derelict thingy. Clear out some of the seal the unit so that we can actually get a bit of a home going on, you know. We've got full food. And now we're not on a time limit for stuff, which is cool as fuck. Three and 2. What we'll do first then is we'll just pop a load of matzo take broth. Oh, is that going to take another 3 cycles? 3 cycles. Okay. To prep that. That's fine. Let's jump in here and get those other havenage things. You want 2, so we'll give you the 2. Bypass. And extract the data, which should give us 5. And then if we go to Caster's table, we can give him the 5 data and get ourselves a ship mind. And they are limited, so we can't do anything else. But now we have a ship mind in case we need one. In case we need one. Do you know what? Let's put them both in here. And we'll just see if we can get... Oh, fuck. That's going to need to be there because I need energy. Okay, we got 5 cryo. That's fine. I want to get that house done so that I actually have a home, you know? Don't think it would be that hard to love a sleeper from what I gather. They are quite human-like. If you look at all the AI algorithm stuff that people find affection in or get out of already nowadays, having a body attached to it would only strengthen that. That is true. No, 100%. 100% couldn't agree more. People just want to belong or have someone in their life to share their story. Yeah. They want to have... People want somebody to love. Generally speaking. Not everybody, obviously. There will be people out there that don't really want that at all. But I think generally speaking, people want somebody to love. Interesting that that's still available despite the fact that nothing within it is available. Let's get the last Yatagan stuff. I want someone to love. I'll say hi. Hi, Wild Annie. How you doing? Can I get a shout out for Wild Annie if I've got a wonderful moderator available, please? Oh, my lordy. How's it going, Star? Hello, you beautiful individual. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope the family's okay. People go check out Wild Annie. I was watching them this morning as well. Watching them play Blueprints. Blueprints looks fucking excellent. Wild Annie. Blueprints looks really fucking good. It looks like very much the kind of game that I would enjoy playing. Like a roguelike puzzler, you know? Oh, thank you very much, mods. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. How you been? Oh, Star, it's been a roller coaster of a time. It's been a roller coaster of a time. I've had some unbelievable highs and some horrific fucking lows, but we keep pushing on. We keep pushing forward and cracking on and doing all the bits and pieces, you know? Doing all the bits and pieces. How are you doing? How's the famalam? It is excellent. I believe you very much enjoy it, Valen. Oh, in which case I'm going to have to do that. All good, thanks. It's been forever. My daughter's now 4. Oh, my God. Oh, my giddy aunt. Jesus Christ, 4 years old. Yeah, I've just spent last week was Easter holidays, as you're probably already aware, Star. But last week I had one-on-one time with the boy, McSteffels, his son. He came and visited me for a week, and we left McSteffels to do things by herself, you know. It was just like, right, I'll take him away. We give us good bonding time, and also give you a break from being a mother for a little bit, because no parent is just a parent, you know. They need time to be themselves as well. So yeah, it was really good, and it was great time spent with him. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. He's 12, so that was weird. I've been his pseudo parental figure for what, nearly 4 years now. I think he was 8, just turned 9 maybe when I first met him. You know, we now live in Canada. Oh my lordy, how is that? How is living over in Canadian land? How is the weather? Is it really fucking cold? I'm British, of course I have to ask about the weather. Of course I have to ask about the weather. Right, let's keep this shit going. Can we... Oh, we've got 2 there. Oh, got a -1. That's not good. That's not good, but that's okay. We can end the cycle. Two 6s and a 1. Let's input the stabilizer at the end of today, so we get back up to having 5 dice, because I don't want to have just 2 dice. Don't want to be at that point where I'm just having 2 dice. We've got 1 more day before that happens. Let's use one of these 6s here, which will give me at least 3 energy, which is good. We can close out this. I believe Yatagan is 1s, so we'll take the Yatagan data. I'll take that. And then we'll get our little home. We'll seal up the unit. Oh, we're still 1 off. Fuck. Talk to Ankita about what happened. I don't want to talk to Ankita. I'm taking some time. Complete the active scene. There's an active scene somewhere. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. I too am Michaela, and that was a bot before I became Tron. Just before you became Tron. Oh my god. That's nice. Glad you had a good. Glad you both had fun. Yeah, it was really good. We did a whole lot of stuff. We did like some Go Apes and went to the deep and shit like that. It was good fun. And as a 12-year-old, he introduced me to horror movies. Every single night that he was here, or the 4 nights that he was here, every night we watched a different horror movie, because his dad had already introduced him to those horror movies, so I knew that if he'd already seen them, then his parents were okay with him seeing them. So I was like, okay, if you've already seen them and you're introducing me to them, then we're okay, and I don't have to worry. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that's an all right scenario. But it was yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Lincoln's 18 this year. Dear Lord Star. Oh my god. That is wild. That is fucking wild. Jesus Christ. That's just melted my little brain. That has melted my fucking brain, Star. But yeah, I mean, it aligns with my memory of shit. Oh, are you back? Are you back from ads? Oh, I was saying when the boy was here. When the boy was here, he introduced me to horror movies. So every night we watched a different horror movie. He's 12 years old, and the films that he was watching were 15s, but because he'd already seen them, because like he'd watched them with his dad or with McSteffels, I was like, well, if you've already seen them, then your parents are obviously okay with you watching them. So you're introducing me to them. I don't have to worry about that. So we watched The Conjuring 2, and then Woman in Black 2, and the 4 nights that he was here. But yeah, I was just saying that for Lincoln being 18 has melted my brain. That's wild. For those people that don't know, Accra Star and I go way back. Way back. And Jesus, that is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling to me. Other times of Europe mainland, yeah. Wild Annie coming in with the 5 streams in a row, streaking through with a joke. How do you keep a streamer in suspense? God damn it. Wild Annie. I'm not gonna ask. I am not gonna give you that. Not too bad right now. It's 7 degrees. I have the window open, which feels a bit warm inside, but even when it was -9 the other morning, it didn't feel bad at all. It's a different kind of cold compared to the UK. The air is dry and crisp, which makes it feel nicer than it does in the UK. Yes. Yeah, for sure. It's kind of like the opposite end of the spectrum with like the heat and stuff. If you got a dry heat, like you're in a desert country, for example, a country where it's got lots of like desert area around it, it's much easier to cope than like a humid heat. And I think it's probably the same on the other end of the spectrum, where if you've got like a dry cold, it's a lot easier to deal with than a humid cold, as it were, or a wet cold, you know? For sure. I really enjoyed The Woman in Black. It was all right. It was okay. I was spoiled in the regards that I saw The Woman in Black in theaters first, and the theatrical production is mostly excellent. I say mostly excellent because it usually depends on who the director is and where the location is, how they direct things. When McSteffels and I went to see it, there were certain elements of it that were spoiled because of where they decided to put The Woman in Black, and I was just like, well, now I'm not scared. But when I went to see it when I was like 16, I went down to London to see it as like part of a theater trip, and that was fucking terrifying. That was absolutely fucking terrifying. So then when I saw the movie, I was like, okay. It was good. I enjoyed it. It was good fun. Woman in Black 2 is a very, very different film. Very different film. Not like it's kind of like a bit more Americanized. I realized that The Woman in Black was written by an American author, if I remember correctly, but yeah, it's a bit more Americanized, The Woman in Black 2. Really like the Conjuring stories. To our teens, I know, right? I know. Yeah, the Conjuring series, I know the story behind Ed and Lorraine Warren. So, like, I know a lot of the famous stories that they were involved in. So it was quite interesting to see them in, like, a movie dynamic. That was quite interesting. To see how they, well, glamorized it in some regards and interpreted it in others. Should be beautiful there. Me, west of Europe, near the UK. Other side of the water. Other side of the water. Huzzah! Something here I found hard because it's humid and 30 plus. Oh, geez, crazy. Yep, no, I'm out. No, no. No. Window open at 7 degrees. Must be a polar bear. It's nice. Do see some people look at me when I walk my dog in my t-shirt. Yeah, that I would not be there in the 7 degrees by any stretch of the imagination. By any stretch of the imagination. Did you get him to watch The Sixth Sense? I haven't got him to watch The Sixth Sense yet because I want to make sure that his parents are okay with it. Because he's not my kid. Like, I would let him watch The Sixth Sense. I think he'd be all right with it. But because he's not my kid, I feel like I can't just introduce him to stuff. I need to get one or both of the parents to agree. Well, I need to get McSteffels. I don't really care about his dad's opinion. Yeah, I need to get McSteffels to give it the big thumbs up before I just introduce him to stuff like that, you know? But I would totally do that. I feel like he would enjoy that one. Ireland is lovely. Need to go. Fucking love Ireland. Ireland's great country. Absolutely parent consent. Yeah, exactly. Well, that was the thing, because when he was like, oh, can we watch some horror movies? I was like, yeah, but then I was like, I don't want to disturb McSteffels. McSteffels is having a break, and it kind of defeats the point of me being like, hey, I'll take your son away for a week so that we can have some bonding time together and you can have a bit of a break. Oh, but I'm going to message you every night in case to vet these horror movies by you. Do you know what I mean? So I was like, do you know what? Let's just watch things that you've already seen for two reasons. One, because it means that he can talk through them, because he's a 12-year-old with ADHD and therefore needs to tell me all of the bits and pieces. I think there's a jump scare here. Oh, I think there's right. Okay. You wait till you see what's behind this bit. All right. You wait. Oh my God, they're gonna go through the door. Oh yeah. He's a talker. Bless him. He just can't help himself. So, which I was perfectly fine with, because I had no invested interest in seeing the movies. You know, I was more interested in spending quality time with him than I was in watching the movies. So I was okay with him chatting away. However, there was definitely points where I was just like, okay, right, I don't know. What's gonna happen. Maybe we should just be quiet and watch it. You know, maybe we should just, there we go. Okay, we'll just be quiet for a bit. And he would manage to be quiet for about 10-15 minutes, and then he'd say something again. You know? I'd lose patience without warning. Fine if I expected it, but that would end me. Yeah. You see, I didn't mind. Because the Conjuring films and the Woman in Black films, I really wanted to, McSteffels introduced me to the Woman in Black after we went to see it in the theater together, as a sort of like comparison, a direct comparison over. But the others, I have no, like, I'm not unhappy that I watched them. I thought they were all right. They were okay movies, but it wasn't like movies that I was particularly interested in, you know? I wasn't like really interested in them, and therefore it was like, okay, I'm not bothered. I think if there's, I mean, generally speaking, if there's a movie that I really want to watch, if there's a movie that I'm genuinely really wanting to see, I'll either go by myself or I'll go with people I know will not speak during the cinema. You know what I mean? Or during the film experience. Because, yeah, I don't want to have that ruined. Watched it in the movies, and I'm sure it was brilliant. To watch the Sixth Sense for the first time, I remember watching the Sixth Sense and being afraid of being afraid. And my fear was the fact that I was going to watch the movie and be scared. And then I watched the movie and was like, this is excellent. I really enjoyed that. No worries, you take it easy. Have a wonderful time, Star. Thanks so much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. Still need to tame the beast that is my hair. Talk soon. You take it easy, beautiful being. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hi. It's been a long time, and I'm glad that you're doing well. I'm glad you're all over in Canada. I'm mind blown that Lincoln's now fucking 18. I'm really happy that you got a glorious little 4-year-old that I'm sure takes after you no end, and I'm just really happy that things are going well for you. You take it easy, beautiful being. Right, wait. You Spock and oh my God, I can't even speak. The teeth and the lips and the tip of the tongue. The teeth and the lips and the tip of the tongue. The big black bug bit the big black bear, and the big black bear bled bright red blood. All right, I think we're good. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. Zabadigan, how you doing?
Palpal bulb are the copulatory organs of a male spider. They are born on the last segment of the pedipalps, the front limbs of a spider, giving the spider an appearance often described as like wearing boxing gloves.
Yeah.
They are used to transfer the important payload from the factory to the place where
Yes.
it will be assembled to produce new little spiders.
Thank you very much, Zabadian. I did ask you about that last night, and I told you very specifically to come and tell us more about them. I am very, very cool. Very, very cool. I didn't know what they were called, but I did know about the spiders, like using the male spiders using their front limbs to transfer like little pockets of sperm, over like web-covered sperm over to the lady spider, which I always found really, really interesting because when I found that out, it made me think of Spider-Man in a very different dynamic. Very different dynamic. Uses his front limbs to throw sperm at the lady spiders. Peter Parker, you got a lot to answer for. Okay? Whiplash random fact drop. No, this is Michaela. This is from last night's stream. Zabadian, just before Zabadian went off to bed, I specifically asked them to come back and tell us because they did start talking about the papal bulb, and then chaos ensued, and then I was like, "What the fuck is what is this papal bulb? I need to know more. I need to know more." So this is literally a continuation of what I requested of them last night. So thank you very much for that, Zabadian. I really appreciate it, buddy. I really appreciate it. But yeah. What was the other thing you were researching last night? It was the papal bulb and something else. You kept it description within terms of service. I appreciate that. Made it so much more interesting. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Just flinging splooge everywhere. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita? She holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this, when all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods and then looks up at the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look. She sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on. Ankita leads down the dirt path between the pillars. There is a wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper sprawled, twisted, open, connected to the ship mind has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there, back to the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little, at the threshold. She turns. I forgot. I think it was something else to do with spiders. They are my current special interest. Love that. Love that. Big fan of this. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks. Green and wet. Some glowing with flickering glow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. Follow her in. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon or the shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away, and in its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask. About Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment, you think she won't. But then words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but then he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and the first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We'd had a period of extended shore leave on the Eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assumed that he'd just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship mind. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure of what to add, but it seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do it widens. And as you do, it widens. The water drips. The moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeps back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open. Back out in the open space of the Greenway. To be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but you can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits in your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars, ugly little things, you think. I'll take the chits. I'm not gonna... Yeah. I None of this was meant to happen, and I understand the way, the reason why it all went down the way it went, you know? I'll take the chits. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track, and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pocket, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. I see that very, very differently. That's the bad ending. I just got a reward for the bad ending. That's hilarious. Instant karma. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love. Can I reroll? Oh, so that's once per cycle. I can reroll the dice that are already there. But I don't have any dice, so I don't get to reroll anything. That's cool. Now I've got loads of chit. I'm not going to let the chit fall to the ground. I took that entire experience very, very differently. She got cheated. We didn't know the situation. There was a lot of unknowns there, 110%. But she went into the situation. And when she was lit, she hesitated. She pointed the gun. She was like, you stole this ship mind off me. He was like, I fucking love her. I love the sleeper. Please let us go. Please let us go. And just as she was like dropping her guard and being like, look, stop. I need some time to think. She was trying to process everything that was going on, from this cold-hearted, horrific killer of a sniper through to somebody who loves a sleeper. There's a lot to comprehend there. And just as her guard was dropped, the sniper, like Ashton, attacked her. And that all happened. And in the process of that all happening, Ashton got killed and the sleeper got disconnected. Really fucking shit circumstance. But she turned to you with fucking tears in her eyes because she knew what she'd done. Also, you need to eat and survive. Hate it or not, chits and money helps. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But also, I don't feel guilty. Like, I understand why some people are seeing that as blood money, but I don't see that as blood money. That was her desperately trying to find a way to put her own conscience at ease. Because she evidently felt guilty about the entire everything that happened in that entire situation. She felt guilty about. She wanted it to be right, and it all went horribly wrong. So me taking the money is being like, do you know what? Your conscience isn't clear, but I understand why it went the way it went. You know? I understand why it went this way. Let's get another stabilizer, so we've always got one in the bank. And we'll pop back to our empty container. We'll take the stabilizer, so we get back up to full body repair, and we will end the cycle. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's re-roll those. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, I like the re-roll aspect. The karma dynamic is very good. That's a fun one. Right, let's get this Emphis thing going so we actually have, like, full energy. Emphis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. "These are good, Sleeper. Very good," he says without looking up. "I bartered with Minji for some kelp too, so I can brew the dashi." "You know Minji?" Emphis looks up from cutting with a smile. "Everyone knows Minji." Emphis slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in the bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle," Emphis explains. "Should be good to warm now." He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. "We have some time now." He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. "However, there is one difference this cycle," he smiles. "You have been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide a story." Whoa! Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's very exciting. Yeah, so Michaela, you can stabilize yourself using scrap, but each scrap only takes you up like one of these bars. And each section, as you can see, is 4 bars long. Every single time you go down, so once this one fades out, I'll be down to 4 dice. Once this one fades out, even, I'll be down to 3 dice, etc. But the stabilizer pills stabilize your entire body, effectively. So you go from wherever you are, even if it's like down here, all the way back up to full. But they're expensive. Okay. I would like to listen to your story as you're telling it. Please do. Good. This story is important to me. He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stool behind the stall. You see these? Emphis runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig. A mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We, call it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here. Then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm. A 2-ton arm swings it too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up. From company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones. Bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So, there we were. Hundreds of us, with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out, to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor point still aches, still burn. He touches the scar. But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not that, and not the faces of my friends. Empis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves onto the broth. It's ready. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die. And as long as I am telling it, it will remain. Empis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp like pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Empis busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then, he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there's nothing to say. It's that sometimes, in the moments after something speaking breaks the spell, you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Empis takes longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savor the final dregs of the broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Aww. Aww. And that's the end of that storyline. That's the end of that storyline. We'll take the photosynthetic skin because we need to upgrade all of this stuff anyway. That was really nice. How's it going, Moosey? How you doing, you beautiful Bane? How's it going? Right, I want to finish my... I've got 3 5s there, so I'm going to use them. Get my makeshift apartment going. You have to tear out and rebuild some of the ventilation systems. So I've done that. Hey! So now we no longer stay the empty container. I have multiple homes now. So the repaired unit. Self-repair. Repeatable action. Oh, I can spend time on sunbathing, and that will give me... Your frame is photosynthetic and allows you to gather energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. So, the worst is I get 1 energy. The best is I get 3 energies. Okay. Feed a stray. There's no signs that stray animal... There's signs that stray animal has been nosing around near the unit, and a handful of chits for some crackers could bring it out of hiding. Let's fucking do it. Let's get ourselves a little pet. 3 chits? 3 chits is nothing. Going well and getting an early and productive start to the day. Love to see it, Moosey. Love to see it, you beautiful bean. Feed that stray. We got ourselves a cat. We got ourselves a cat, friends. I love cats. The stray, a low-end cat. The stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in Low End, but in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur, the sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment, which you are squatting in. Watch the stray. I'm not going to approach it straight away. Let it get used to me. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks the crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? Doesn't matter where you were born. Do you like it here? Gato! Yeah, exactly. All the kitties. Void cat. All the kitties. Do you like it here? The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It's hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit it. But the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, and the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray. You feel something pass between you and the stray. A kind of acknowledgement of each other. A sense that each of you might share something with the other. A point of connection. Then all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit and brushes along your legs. And then, it is gone. Out through the unit door, and back into the corridors of the Low End. Ah. If you buy crackers and put them out, the stray will always come. That doesn't mean they like you, though. They are a cat after all. Love that. Love that. But now we have a home. An actual home. Can't do anything there. Because you're fully out. Okay. Improve the overlook. I feel like that's going to be the next one that we need to start really getting into. Is improving the overlook bar. And actually, we can do that today. Get that distillery going. Overlook Distillery. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub and... Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The Overlook Distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. What's next? There is an issue. Tell me. Well, Jurelay the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Jurelay the mushroom. That's what gives it the golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Jurelay caps to make Jurelay. But no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across the Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Jurelay caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Totally sure. She puts a hand on the still. We made a still.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Max Wattage, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for giving that sub to Alexander Devonport. Hello, Alexander. How you doing? Mushrooms, I know. The entire ecosystem on this space station is built off of mushrooms. It's all built off of mushrooms. You cheeky devil. How you doing, Alexander? Can I get a shout out for Alexander Devonport, please? I would very much appreciate that. Alexander! I should now inscribe your name upon the mirror of vein. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope life is treating you good. I have been asking around for you, by the way, Alexander. Thank you very much. People, go check out Alexander Devonport. Oh, wait. Let's get the thing up, if it's going to be there still. No, it's not. Damn it. Can we get another shout out for Alexander Devonport so it pops up and I can do the full regalia, please? There we go! Alexander Devonport is a phenomenal artist and also a very entertaining and amusing individual full of surreal comedy. I like them very, very much. Alexander Devonport, your name is now inscribed upon the mirror of vein, courtesy of Max Wattage. By having your name upon the mirror of vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all this sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Thank you very much for that, Jamjar. Appreciate that. Still looking. Fingers crossed for you, buddy. I hope that something comes up nice and quick for you, because I know it's not a place you want to be in for very long, you know. But yeah, people go check out Alexander. Are you gonna come back to streaming while you're looking, Alexander? You gonna come back to the wonderful world of streaming, get some nice, joyous painting going on there? But yes, friends, please go and check out Alexander Devonport. And if you don't check him out on Twitch, check him out on Instagram. They are a phenomenal artist. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Maybe that would be nice. Yeah, that would be really cool. It'd be really cool to come and hang out with you again, Alexander. You were a place of peace and harmony while I was getting on with a million things. It was just really nice to have you doing your thing in the background, you know? It was really, really cool. I know it's not always great when you want chatting and you want conversation and stuff like that, but it was honestly one of the most peaceful streams that I have been a part of. In amongst all of the chaos, you know? Totally sure. Tala puts her hand on the still. We made the still. We can set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? We don't need to light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. I see where this is going. She rolls her eyes. Okay, yes, I need a favor. She puts a hand on your shoulder. And you are the perfect... you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nodded rapidly. Think about it. You built the still. You are great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes. She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar. And the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She looks back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something though, isn't it? And want to or not, we really have to agree. Cool. So I need girolais mushrooms. How many do we need? Oh, we need spores. Okay, I can definitely do spores. That's something we can do. Oh, they're saying that. Before I do that, we can do spores tomorrow. Are these twos or are they ones? They're ones. So I should be able to get one more havenage with the two. Not that I really need them at the moment, but they will become useful. They will become useful at some stage. Then we can go sleep in our brand new humble abode. Feed the stray again. Because naturally. Can we re-roll those? Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. We don't need anything more there. We've got the ship mine, so that's not really a problem. Let's just pop up to the port a minute. Is there anything that we can do here? No, not yet. I will need to go and speak to the spacers at some stage. What was this? Steal a shipment with random items. Freight operator is a repeatable action, and that's just work. I don't need currency at the moment. We'll pop over to the mushroom garden and forage for fungus. We need grove spores. Risky business or not, we got this. So we got some grove spores. That just needs one grove spore, so we can put one in there and start that action. Oh, that needs 3. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. But that's okay for now. We've got 1 grove spore that we need to use at the other thing, which is grand. We'll come all the way back over here. Get that spore over. Oh, no. Does that need 3 as well? You bastard. Oh, damn it. In which case... we should go over and use that. Use that 3. That gave us 1. Fuck it, we'll use the 6 as well. It'll definitely give us 2. Then we've got 3 ourselves. We need 2 for the other thing, so we can use 1 here. And then jump on in here. Okay. That would have been much easier if I'd realized that it was 3 in the first place. The first batch. Tyler has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. Okay, how many level up stuff we got? We've got 1 skill point. If we do that, then we can do everything on the station, I believe. So even now, we should be able to jump across here. And what was this thing? Gather scrap. Out here at the edge of the habitable part of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is to find components that are still usable and staying safe. So if we need scrap, we can get it through this, which is useful. Barter for food. Working the stacks. None of that helps me out there. Do we need to do the Haifa colony? Work the canteen. Newcomers to the commune can work for the canteen, preparing and serving food for the... Yeah, okay. So we could do these. And that might help us with... That might help us with the planting that seed. Join the Haifa commune. The Haifa commune is in need of members that can exchange for work. Could you find a home here? I don't really want to find a home in the Haifa commune. What I really want is the ability to plant this seed. The gardener's seed. And there's nothing... Enter the greenway. There's nothing here for it. I say to you, hamana, 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 hamana. This is one of the most useful perks I've got, is the karma thing, re-rolling the dice. Especially because everything I do now is a +1, so that becomes a 5, a 5, a 3. Everything's like up there now. It's worth having. That'll take us back up to 4. What's that? Another 5 days before that's all done and dusted. We'll quickly feed the cat. Because naturally, why wouldn't we? Feed the cat. Pop over here, get some more spores. Because if we can get some more of these Matsutake things, we can gather enough stuff. Oh, I didn't want that. Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. This is what I wanted to do. Click the wrong one. Damn it. And then we'll just put one of them spores in here. That'll take a few days to cycle round. I think it's 4 days, is it? 4 days. 4 days to cycle round, but that's okay. We're not in any dire need of anything just yet. What does this do? Let's give it a go and see what happens. See if it opens anything new. Does that just give us scrap? It does. It just gives us scrap. Okay. What's in the Tamber Tea House? They're paying? Oh yeah, of course. The Tavla room will give me 24 cryo. Potentially. But overall, it's not going to win me over any. Do we have another Havenage? Or is that all of the Havenage gone now? We can use this to grab Havenage data. While we've got the 2, we might as well. And then I want to have a look up here. There's nowhere to put the thingy. No. Okay. Let's go into the space hub. What have we got? Spacious socializing. Or access the manifests. The hub is a throng with space across the server. Yeah. Interface. Let's do that one. We've got a 6 anyway, so we're going to win 2. But that's opened up the Gimbal Lounge. Buy a spacer meal. Gimbal sells itself on Spinning Sphere, which claims to be a product of therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they do sell food. Okay, so that's only 14 cryo. Worst case scenario, I can sell the ship mind. But I don't need to. I've got a spare ship mind at the moment. At the moment. Open up. Feed the cats. Yeah, that's slightly better. That's good. We will hop straight up to the hub and we'll integrate ourselves with the spacers. Let's become one with the weightless wanderers. Bliss, the ship mechanic. What's this? Rent a capsule. Only place to sleep on the hub, hacked off by a colony ship and welded to the ring. They are surprisingly expensive to rent. 48? If that doesn't open a storyline for 48, I'll be annoyed. Ship mechanic on the hub. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard fillers back to those shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of one of the bays as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Maritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet full of filter cartridges by the tether. "Hey, you there!" The same voice echoes out of the entrance. "Looking for work?" "Who, me?" "Everyone on this station is looking for work. Get in here." The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. "You know anything about these things?" She doesn't wait for an answer. "Scratch that. Just help me with the casing." "Help her." "All right, then." She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. "Just take a grip here and lift out and up. And then I can get in and unbolt it." She whacks the unit with a wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit." You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away. The metal squeal from the force. The metal squealing from the force. She pushes her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand while they spiral free. "All good." The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. "By the way, everyone calls me Bliss." She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. "What do you do here?" "Repairs, fit-ups, teardowns." Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. "We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quicker by the bigger bays. So here I am, trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff." "Hold this." She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. "We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger." Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. "But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over." She looks up at you. "I'm almost out of luck." "What happened?" "Long story. Some people can't keep promises." She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. "There we are." Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black. "This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side." You both duck down into the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Its edges fringe with more scorch marks. "Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you?" Head to the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall rack, where the catalogue of parts sits secured in clamps. Coloured tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. M2 converter, because that's what... Is it cheating to go back? The M2 unit. So we'll get the M2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm as you pass it over. The converter spins gently as it leaves your hand. "Perfect, you passed." She straightens up from the unit. "That's it. If you want to work here." That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. "Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Maritz." "I'll be happy to." "Wait," she frowns at the rack. "That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts to bid for jobs we need to put down deposits, bring in the parts, pay tug fees, and for that..." She looks nervously embarrassed. "We need chits." "You want me to pay to work? An investment? Question mark. Exactly. Partners, straight split." Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. "I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner." No offense. She smiles. She manages a smile. It's pretty weird. She gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, and you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. Or you just forget the whole thing. It's up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can get a bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like it could be interesting. And our character is a mechanist, even. How's it going, Authentica? How you doing? How's it going? We're back onto your regular schedule. That's all right. That's okay. Takes a while for us to get back into it, you know. No pressure at all by any stretch of the imagination. So our character is a mechanist. So it makes sense that we would do that. How much do you need? 80? I'll seed you 80. An investment, as you say. Bliss is bidding on jobs on the hub, and it'll take a few cycles. So 3 cycles for them to bid on jobs. Okay. And because it's coming...
go. Pander to it. Pander to it.
The more I learn about spiders, the more inspiration for horror tales I get. For example, the jumping spider Avarca cullisivera uses the scent of blood from mammals and other vertebrates to attract the opposite sex.
That is wild. That is wild. And terrifying. I could understand it if they use the scent of blood to lure in, like, flies, for example. But that is pretty intense. So we're improving the overlook. I don't want to work for a buyer. I completely failed the Ethan's tab one because it wasn't worth me doing. Also, fuck that guy. I think that's going to take 3 days. This is going to take 4 days. And I believe my mushrooms... my mushroom farm will take a little bit longer. Yeah, they're going to take another 3 days as well. So there'll be plenty of things to do in 3 days. But until that time, we have got some shit to do. So we're just going to keep doing these things. Keep doing this stuff until such a time as we need to do something else. Do you know what? While we've got the chits, let's go up and stay in the capsule and see if that opens up any other storylines as well. What's on the lounge? I can buy a spacer meal. That's going to take 3 days. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, so that just gives me a bed to stay in up here. Oh, never mind. So I've got multiple places to stay effectively. All right. End the cycle. Sounds like a vampiric ritual. Yeah, definitely. I was about to say that's not normal dating practices. Showing up at a goth night fluttering bloody hanky at all. Honestly, all and sundry, that would probably work for many people. Especially when I was a young teenager. When I was well into my vampiric goth dynamics. Oh, this is good. We like this. Just feeding the stray cat. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for that shit to happen. What was this one? Huh. Okay. You're not well, but you're trying to deal. I'm glad that you are trying to deal. I'm glad that you are doing your absolute best to push forward. Authenticator. Sometimes that's all we can do. Sometimes that's all we can do. That's just scrap. Which one was this? Episode Flux. So this is the DLC, effectively. First 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper telling the story of the refugee flotilla. Okay, and it's intended for late gameplay. Cool, 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 cool. Well, we can leave that to the very end then. Let's pop in these and become a Haifa member and see what happens. Okay, we've got the Haifa dorms that we can use to slumber. We've got the Haifa commune. Repeatable action. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignments. In return, needs will be met. Oh, right. Okay, so it's a hippie commune, effectively. Everyone gets fed. Well, I've got 1 skill point to do. But I don't have anything. I need to get 2 upgrade points before I can do anything. Okay. Rico, the commune botanist. You head down to the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you that they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what it's about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and she beckons you closer. What is this place? Here. These were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar, yellow spores dancing inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It is what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here. We feed each other. We work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They die? Eventually, yes. They cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroad. But here, they have endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they've thrived. Look at the bright tendrils wrapping around the metal frames of the corridor. Oh, you look at the bright tendrils wrapping around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks and feeding into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as an extractive, a place from which harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and a small-scale agricultural system like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among the growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. And with this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny broad leaves of the shrubs. How? Kill them all! Kill all of the plants! That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room that you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Oh my lordy! Ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? Good Lord! The scandal, the preposterousness. How very dare you coming in here, bringing all your beautiful individuals. Good Lord, Inanda. Good Lord. What do you like? Yes, scandalous individual. I don't know do I follow you? I don't follow you, Inanda. I don't follow you. I've gone over. Oh, excuse me. I don't follow you, and I have gone over and corrected that. I have corrected this cheeky little detail, this little misgiving of mine. How very dare I? The scandal. The scandal. Thank you very much, Nibiru. Agent A, a puzzle in disguise. What is Agent A, a puzzle in disguise? Tell me more, you cheeky little devil. You are very scandalous. Very much so. Friends! If you have come in from Inanda's stream, could you do me a cheeky little favor and describe Inanda's streams in 3 tantalizing little words? I have just gone over and done the decent thing that a decent human being should do, which is go over and click that cheeky little follow button. But my community, oh, scandalous. Look at them all. Look at them. Oh, dear me. They need tempting. They need tempting over in order to click that cheeky little follow button. So please, could you describe Inanda in 3 tantalizing little words in order to whet their appetites, in order to tease them over into caressing that cheeky little follow button, okay? Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I have to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. Not what I'm about, you cheeky devils. It's a point-and-click puzzle game. I'm enjoying it. Yeah. Brain-breaking puzzles. Okay. Oh, my lordy. Back-to-back raids. Back-to-back raids. Good lord. Good lord, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside between. Delve deep once again. Back into those realms of popcorn. Don't worry, Monty's making more. Keep that popcorn going. Denzi, you beautiful bean. Thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people over here as well. Look at all these beautiful individuals. I've had Ananda. I've had Denzi. I've had all these glorious beans. I can see you, I swear. Just, Monty, calm it down. Oh, my lordy, the scandal. The preposterousness. How very dare you bring all of your exquisite raiders over here to this level of chaos and shenanigans. Oh, my lordy. Hello, you beautiful beings. How's it going? What were you doing today, Denzi? Oh, Ananda, tell me about this game that you were playing. Tell me about this game you were playing, you cheeky little devils. Doing some more Horizon Forbidden West. How are you enjoying it?
Little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you cheeky devil. I don't like to call people out just in case they are lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you exquisite individual. How have you been? I've been very good. Thank you very much, Denzi. I've been very, very good. I've been a happy-go-lucky scamp. I took a week off so that I could spend time with McSteffel's son, do a little bit of bonding time, you know. The boy. We had a good time. It was great. We did lots of adventures, and he introduced me to horror movies. He's 12 years old, and he was introducing me to horror movies, which was very fun, you know. I just said it, but I'll say it again. Two things you need to know about this channel, you beautiful individuals. Two things. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. It'll make you a much more positive individual. And two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. And don't be corrupting the ears of the young, you cheeky little devils. You cheeky little devils. People, go and check out Ananda and Denzi. Also go check out Denzi. Denzi is a wonderful human being. Ananda is literally raided like a minute, not even a minute before you did, Denzi. All right. So let me give it 2 seconds to give me all of the love for Ananda for bringing all their beautiful people over here. Ananda, thank you so much, you exquisite individual. That is very, very kind of you. Again, friends, go and check out Ananda. Let me do a cheeky little shout out for Ananda there as well. Go check out Ananda, who raided moments before Denzi did. The glorious individual, the wonderful human being. Agent A, a puzzle in disguise, point-and-click puzzle. Sounds very, very exciting. They deserve all your love and attention. And Ananda, I am going to be coming over and checking your streams out. I've clicked that cheeky little follow button myself now. You're a secret agent tracking a villain who's blown up a boat and my boss. So I'm tracking her down by solving puzzles in her house, which is all boobily trapped. I love it when something is boobily trapped. I love boobly traps. Big fan of them. Do you know what I mean? Got to check them out. Ananda time. Exactly. All about it. All about that stuff. And also, friends, go and check out my dear friend, my glorious, happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual that is Denzi. Denzi is also an exquisite human being. Does a whole load of different cosplays and bits and pieces. They're currently playing through Horizon Forbidden West, and you've just finished the Zelda and the tiny little goose cap. That one, the Minish Cap. Is that the one? Denzi is very funsy. This is very, very true. Minish Cap, yeah, the tiny little goose cap, you cheeky little devils. Denzi and Ananda and all of your beautiful combined raiders. If any of you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go and do so. Please look after yourself. As much as I love your attention, and trust me, friends, I do love the attention.
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
Raid participants might engage in consensual oral, verbal intercourse, roleplay and more, here, at Valen Vane's Shallow Puddle, 69, Smut Lane or whatever laughing smiley. Okay, I'm done being a pest.
Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, Jamjar. Yes, there's a lot of smut talk here. There's a lot of smut talk, it has to be said. But yes, all you beautiful raiders, if any of you need to disappear off, as much as I love your attention, and I do love your attention, I understand that your life must come first. Your life must come first. If you need to go grab snaffly treats, go grab delightful beverages, go do whatever it is you need to do. If you've forgotten to take your washing out of the washing machine, now is your reminder to do so. Yeah, just do the things. Do the things. And if you've forgotten to take your meds, that's also another thing. If you've forgotten to take your meds, do your thing. You know? Ananda and Denzi, thank you once again, you beautiful beings, for bringing all your beautiful people over here. It means the absolute world to me. Today, friends, we are playing a game called Citizen Sleeper, which is like a cyberpunk sci-fi role-play game. Choose your own adventure, you know?
Most kind.
Yeah, no. Jam Jar Brain, thank you very much for giving that sub to Is Your Fridge Running? Run to the fridge. Is your fridge running? That's a good question, you know? That is a good question. I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. Is your fridge running? Your name is now inscribed upon the mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky little devil, you. Horizon Forbidden West is my new favorite game of all time. Wow. Wow, that is bold. That is bold, Denzi, and I am living for it. I am absolutely living for it. Friends, the other week, it was my partnerversary, friends, and one of the things that came out of the partnerversary is that I said that I would, well, I committed after a dare. I committed to putting the hype train on the lowest possible levels for 7 streams. I have 3 streams left. I have 3 streams left of this torment. So for all those new people that are here, all you beautiful new friends, please be aware, we treat a hype train like an impromptu erection. If you leave it alone, it'll go away. Okay?
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
That is not leaving it alone.
Nice. Train and cute promo. Nice XD more fuel.
That is not leaving it alone. That is not doing, no. Don't poke it. If you poke it too much, it might explode. And we don't want that. Nobody needs an exploding pink train all over the place, okay? We don't need this. Big love to River and to you, Ananda. Oh, I love this.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
I tried stroking it. Did that work?
Stop stroking it. Stop it. Good. Oh, my lordy. Stop
Panda
it.
to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Poke, poke.
Stop poking it. What have I told you? All right? What have I told you? Stop poking it. This is not the way it works.
Yeah,
all right? Jam Jar Brain with the 500 bits. What the dickens? What the dickens? Dabba Cogsworth also gifting a sub out to the community there. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. Gosh darn it, Purple Bat. Confound thee. Is it Slanto? Slanto! I thought it was Shanto for a second there. Slanto, thank you very much for giving a sub out to Denzi. Oh, Denzi Cosplay there. Because Denzi is already a subscriber. Love this. Love this. And Dabba Cogs was giving one out to the community there. Is that your second channel there, Denzi? They're your second channel? I have inscribed their names upon the mirror of Vane by having your names upon the mirror of Vane. It means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Michaela with the 500 bits. Friends, you don't need to do this. You have been far too bloody kind to me as it is.
Most kind.
You people have been far too bloody kind.
Yeah, you subscribe.
Stop.
Most kind.
I have a sound effect for this.
Hello, lovely beans.
Cease and desist.
See that? See that? Look.
Cease and desist.
Listen with your ears.
Cease and desist.
Exactly. Jason Andrew coming in here as well. Hello, you beautiful individual.
Panda to ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I cannot be trusted with these. You hold on to them, Valen.
Are you telling me to hold your bits? Michaela, are you telling me to hold your bits? You're telling me to hold your bits? Oh, it is Shanto. There is no L in there? Oh, my eyes are just evidently playing tricks on me. Cyanto? I will do my best to remember that, friend. I'm pretty sure I've asked you this before, haven't I? I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation. I'm getting strong deja vu here, all right? Strong deja vu. Friends, your names have been inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your names upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look...
Subscribed. Most kind.
I was right at the end. I was right at the end, Shade. Thank you very much for giving us up to cease and desist.
Subscribed. Most kind.
And then Jamjar gifting us up to Bum Plunger. Yes, friends, you beautiful individuals that have raided over, you have been thrown in at the deep end here. Well and truly at the deep end. But this is the usual kind of sultry and smutty chaos that goes on here. I've inscribed those names upon the mirror vein. By having their names upon the mirror vein, it means to get access to my personal Snapchat. Well, not a bum Snapchat, of course, to get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is to go roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. Oh, my lordy. Don't let him fool you guys. This isn't the deep end at all. That is so true. That is so true.
Panda to it.
Paying my holding bits fee. I guess we are doing this.
Oh. People are just giving me their bits to hold. I have got very big hands, to be fair. I've got like quite a wide hand span. And nimbly fingers, which means that I'm very good at holding bits. It has to be said. I'm very good at manhandling them. You know, good piano fingers.
Yeah,
exactly.
Subscribed.
Exactly.
Kind.
Or bass guitar fingers. If you know, you know. Bass guitarists are just, they're very good at fingering, okay? Alright, it's been said now. Jamjar, thank you very much for giving us up to Tiny Hands. Why do I feel like Tiny Hands is some kind of like 1920s gangster? You know, just like full on. How's it going, see? Listen here, I got Tiny Hands on my case. Tiny Hands, come over here and you show Sham what's about it. Yeah, see? Listen here, calm yourself. Can't take that back now. That would be the deep end. That is definitely a thing. That is definitely a thing. Mr. Blobby, dramatic with pegs on face. Oh my lordy. Tiny Hands, I've put your name on the mirror vein, she.
You followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, she. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing, she. The most important thing is you got to roll over every morning. Look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good, she? Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You get that? Oh my god. This is definitely the kind of... Do you know what? If anything, you have just been taught exactly what this fucking stream's all about. Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful individual. I you know, I do normally do anonymous follows, but you've already said hi in chat relatively recently, so I'm happy to say thank you very much for the follow, Cyanto. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. If people are lurking, we do anonymous follows for people that are lurking. If somebody's already said hi in chat in a relatively like timely space and they've followed, I'm happy to call them up. I'm happy to say thank you, like personally. Do you know what I mean? Friends, if you've got choo-choo emotes, could you please throw them out now? Say a massive thank you to all those people that have subbed, that have gifted subbed, that have threw all those cheeky little bitties out there. That's so bloody kind of them. You people have been so fucking kind to me recently, and it is humbling as shit. I'm extremely humbled by your kindness. God damn it. Thank you so much, friends. That means the absolute fucking world to me. It really, really does. Like I said, Denzi, if you need to... Denzi and Inanto, if you need to disappear off... Inando, excuse me. If you need to disappear off, you need to go grab Snaffly treats. Please go do so. Please look after yourselves. Please do what you need to do. Post-stream care and what have you. That's me and the Hobbit Hands. Yeah. Yeah. If you got Tiny Hands, she. Tiny Hands has a sibling who is very hairy called Bigfoot. Tiny Hands and Bigfoot. How do we know they're not the same person? Tiny Hands is the best pickpocket of the crew. Yes. Yeah. Tiny Hands has the best accent. Yeah. Listen here, she. Walking into stream just as you were explaining the clitoris diagram was a pretty unusual experience. Yeah. We do a lot of sex education here, friends. We do a hell of a lot of sex education. So people ask me about sex and stuff. We were talking about the G-spot earlier and how there is a big question mark as to what the G-spot actually is, but it's theorized. The most prominent theory is the fact that it's like the back edge of the very large clitoris organ. For those people that might be interested, you know? I've never had a humbling shit. It's always the opposite. You've only had shits that make you extremely proud. I can understand that. Just getting actual outdoor clothes to take my dog River out for a walk. Go do your thing. Thank you so much for bringing your people over here. It means the world. It really does. You and Denzi, you could have raided anybody on the entire platform, and you chose me and my delightful visage. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I love how you to clarify it was River and not a person. To be fair, in this community, it could be any of them. It could be anything. Friends, we are playing a game called Citizen Sleeper, which is a cyberpunk science fiction roleplay kind of game, and it is fucking excellent. It is so unbelievably well written. If you enjoy well written stories, if you enjoy science fiction, cyberpunk, and you enjoy voice acting, then you may enjoy hanging around. If it's not your cup of tea, then I would ask you to consider pressing that cheeky little follow button so you can come find us some other time. And if not, that's cool. I realize that I am not everybody's cup of tea. My level of absolute chaos and shenanigans and debauchery and filth wizardry is not going to be everybody's cup of tea, and that's all right. And that's all right, you know? I've called more than one person. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. Exactly, right? Exactly. Jatorgia, how you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. And if I have pronounced your name wrong, which is very likely, please let me know how to pronounce it correctly. Please let me know how to pronounce it correctly.
Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like to help you. I'd like you to help me find out.
She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist?
Astutely noticed. But I don't need a botanist.
Rico sits on a railing.
These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old.
She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway.
Whatever is causing this is to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardly beings, I know that much. And you can speak to the eye, uncover its secrets in ways that I never can.
She holds out an arm so that you can help her stand.
Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them better. The deeper they are found, the better.
And if I don't want to? You just said that I was hardly a being.
Then go on sleeping in the dorms and eating in the canteen. I can't make you.
Rico leads you back up to out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She is a little slower now, stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can.
It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through.
She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave.
Come back if you find something, Sleeper,
she calls.
There are discoveries to be made.
And you follow the blue line back out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. This is an entire thing that is basically it's an old space station that is all broken apart, and there's a section of it that's the wildlife has basically taken over, which it shouldn't have done, which is what they're asking us about, you know? You were very close. Utoya? Okay, no worries. I will happily try and remember that in the future. I don't think my energy levels could handle this for prolonged periods of time. That is entirely fair, Sayanto. Entirely fair. It is not always this chaotic. We play games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, different game per day. So Tuesdays at the moment we're playing Citizen Sleeper, and Wednesdays we're playing Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth, because we always play something spooky on a Wednesday. I love a good spooky game. But during the gameplay time, it calms down a little bit. Raids, the energy tends to get a little bit more hyperactive, a little bit more intense. And at the beginning of stream, we have all manner of interesting and peculiar conversations. But overall, during the gameplay time, things calm down a lot. Depends what you're after. And if it's not your cup of tea, that is entirely fair. You know? Right, what was I doing? It's going to take another 3 cycles for that to be done. 2 cycles for both the mushrooms and the mechanics to be done. Let's have a look about this then. Oh, spore studies? Oh, right, okay. So you're going to need 3 spores to do this. We can have a look at that. That's fine. We can use this to collect spores. We can jump back on in there. Why am I put in the mind of Charlton Heston, the film that features Soylent Green? I mean, it's not an impossibility. It's not an impossibility. It has to be said. Let's study up these spores. We can do the last one as well. And then that opens up this.
Sleeper!
Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work.
I have some of yours here. Come see.
She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What does it say?
The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few.
She taps one of the specimen jars.
Here we have Trichloma matsutake.
Rico breezes through the Latin and the Japanese pronunciations, as if it was nothing.
A species, Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station.
She brings up a panel on her console, showing a chemical composition and gradient bars and obtuse acronyms. All gradient bars and obtuse acronyms.
This is the composition of Solheim modified matsutake spores.
Modified?
Yes, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course. But that's not the point.
Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers.
You see, this is your matsutake. This is what your matsutake spore looks like.
They aren't the same.
That's the conclusion, yes.
Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add.
They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals.
She leans back and sighs.
Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked version in the beginning, but the groves have and still are affecting them.
Affecting them how? Soylent Green, no spoilers, very good movie. Yes, agreed. An old one, a classic though. I would definitely say it was a classic. Affecting them how?
It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms.
She meets your eye.
And herein lies our problem.
She moves to another desk where 2 trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of fruiting matsutake, like rotting, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stocks, pulled from a spore vault in the complex. She winks.
They are delicious, by the way.
She sets them aside.
The empty tray is germinated with spores that you collected. No activity. No germination. Nothing.
But the groves are full.
Yes, they are.
Rico looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this.
So here is our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so that we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer.
For those people that might be new here, I have a passionate hatred of mushrooms. So this could only go wrong. Hey, it's the smooth voice one. Oh, hey, Norman Looney. How you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going? Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed.
Well, an eager mycologist. I never have guessed. I assume you'd set yourself up in the aviary. I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows. Not just Matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples.
She plucked a Matsutake cap from the tray.
These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth.
She smells the cap.
Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which the biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be.
Rico pops the Matsutake cap into her mouth and taking you by surprise.
Don't worry, Sleeper,
she says while softly chewing.
If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste.
What? Dream job, don't you even? Oh, good lord. Absolutely loathe them too. They are the bum nuggets of Beelzebub. They are vile and disgusting. They do not deserve anyone's love or tenderness. Okay, so they want a Matsutake sample, a Jirale sample. I have a Jirale. Okay. Matsutake. So each one will give 2. Oh, Matsutake gives 3. The Jirale gives 2. Interesting. If we do this, we might get another Jirale. Might. 50% chance. No worries, Nibirin. Thank you very much. It's because Valen is a fun guy. Oh my god. Mushrooms are best in the bin. They certainly are. Hee-ha, how you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. Mushrooms are grown in Satan's armpits. Yes.
Little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow. You obviously approve of our mushroom message, you cheeky devil. How you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. What did I get? Did I get anything? No. I evidently got a minus condition. Damn. Confound it. Do you know what? We should be able to sleep here. Sleep at the Hyperdome? No, we need to go back because we've got a cat to feed. We're feeding a stray cat. You eat them raw with salt? End the cycle, then we'll feed the cat. That's quite a good one. We'll leave those for the time being. Feed the cat. Naturally. What else are we going to do with our lives? I have got 2 scraps. I could... poke a cheeky little self-repair. which will pop me up 1. I don't really use the scraps at this moment in time, so that's not a bad thing. We've got 1 more on that. Quickly check all my other bits and pieces. Need to go now. Have fun, guys. We'll be back someday. I appreciate that. Yotoria. Thank you very much. I remember. We'll see you whenever we see you, beautiful being. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. That's got 1 more, and I think, if I remember correctly, the bar that we are helping out has got 2 more. Yeah, 2 more. Okay. Cross to the greenway. We have no more of those. So if we grab another one of these, we can definitely get some Jurelay caps.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you beautiful individual. I got a minus condition for it again. Fuck. That was bad luck, friends. Bad luck. Less than ideal scenario there. What I could do with is popping in here and getting some more grove spores. We can't access the seed area yet, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. I think we can still use that too on gathering other data on the mainframe of this area. Oh, no, it's the Yatagans. Is this Havenage? Havenage is 2. Grab that one again. Which will give us 6 data. Okay, that's good. Okay, if we go to bed now... Oh shit, I forgot to eat. Damn. I'm starving now. And now we only have 3. That's not less than ideal. Should not have tried that. Oh, wait. You found out where I lived. I didn't even feed the cat. What the fuck? What the fuck? I think they're incredibly interesting. Actually, eating a mushroom would make me bug. Yeah, I find them... they're just not cool. They're just not cool. They're just not... Some of them, the bioluminescent ones are interesting. Those ones I find very interesting. But generally speaking... Hey. A quiet voice greets you as you leave.
Sleeper, it's me.
Do I know you?
Moritz.
He pauses.
I work for Bliss.
He rubs the back of his head.
You're not an easy person to find.
I move around. Moritz holds up his hand.
Hey, no judgment, it's cool.
You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up?
Ah, yes. Well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out.
I'll be right there.
Nice, yeah.
Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it.
Cool. Yeah,
He looks around.
Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know?
He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets.
See ya, Sleeper.
Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Yes, time to head to Bliss's Bay. But first, I need sustenance. I need food. That'll do me. We'll pop across here as well, because I should be able to harvest in the aviary. Harvest the mushrooms. Okay. That gave us 2 beautiful Matsutake mushrooms, which I think will take us over now. That'll cover us. Hey. Right, we'll do... Before we do the Rico one, we will pop back over and do... Okay, that's got 1 more cycle on it. We'll pop over to Bliss and see what Bliss is up to. This one? Oh, shit. Oh. Bliss has an idea. Right, okay, first things, sealing the leaks. The tanker crew have detected a set of leaks, and they need to isolate and seal them as soon as possible. That's where you come in. Somehow Bliss swung the tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Shit. +1 to sealing the leaks. So I've got 3 days to do this. Jesus Christ. Okay. That is possible. That is possible. That is possible. We can do that. This one will give us +4 if we can get a 6 tomorrow. Bliss has an idea. Full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all the tanks. Brilliant, but dangerous. Your careful and focused inspection of a reward, you discover a set of other leaks. Okay, that's cool. Critical actions can only be done once, so I'm glad that I didn't risk that straight off. Right. I thought we were going to have a conversation with them first, but apparently not. So we'll jump over to see Rico. You know, back from the library. I hope that you got some interesting books to read. Right, okay, Rico, what we got for me? Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye.
Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story.
She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building.
When people first crossed what we call the Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos. Competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. You both cross through the glass-roofed tunnel, the greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and the Cross. They were traitors to the cause. Or as good as.
Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune.
There weren't many of us, but we believed that what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed. Some of us left people behind.
She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if it's from effort or emotion.
What we found was a disaster. Nothing like what you see here. Half of the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space. The plants flash frozen. The other half was swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard. We lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up. But it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed. But we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, then so would we.
What changed?
Everything.
Rico smiles.
We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor.
Rico smiles, looking up at you.
We thought it was us, but we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought that I had saved the Greenway, until today.
You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of the Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself.
I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded. But we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap.
You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you.
What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around.
Got 3 books and 7 movies? Good lord. Good lord.
Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the Matsutakes or Jirele caps that you have been growing?
Yes.
I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so.
She muses.
After all, they were designed for you.
Rico has a mischievous look.
At first I thought it was the location that they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. What I have come to understand is that it is the person growing them.
Okay. More proof that they are sentient and therefore evil.
The Matsutake and Jirele caps that you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans. But for a sleeper like you...
Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal gardens of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway.
Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why.
Rico stops and turns to you.
This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying the signs of sentience.
What did I tell you? Evil! Evil mushrooms! Evil mushrooms! The Greenway is sentient?
Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it.
Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her.
When you have been growing the Jirales and the Matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others?
Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement.
I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you are here.
You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence.
There is a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club.
These ones. Club head caps. I've already had them. I've had them for ages.
We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around that time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost. And then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural process of the ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift.
Rico meets your eyes.
Perhaps, if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper.
You both sit for a while. Rico seemingly done with telling stories for the day. You watch the light play off the leaves and the plants around you, and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Ah, that's adorable. I need 3 club heads. I've got 2. But I should be able to harvest some more from here at some stage in the near future. Balan, Vindication. 2 fucking right. The Swamp Thing, as in the old, like, comic? The Swamp Thing? End the cycle. Can I, if I spend one of them, can I re-roll the other 2? Perhaps? Feed the cat. Gotta feed the cat. Absolute waste of my money, because the cat doesn't seem to give me anything, but it's a cat. I gotta feed the cat. Gotta feed the cat. Cool. So now I have things that need doing. We can ascend to the hub. Do this. Can we re-roll those now? Oh, fucking A. No, let's leave that for the minute. Because we've got a couple of days on that, right? Got another 2 days on that. Cool. I have 1 point to upgrade. Cool. Okay. Steadily but surely, friends. Steadily but surely. But that, friends, is where I'm going to leave it today. That's where I'm going to leave it, you cheeky little devils. Because, yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. I'm really, really enjoying this game. And it's great and it's wonderful. But I have got a million things I need to do. Oh, good Lord. There's things that I needed to do because you all redeemed them, and I didn't do any of them. Night Dweller, are you still here, you beautiful bean? Oh my god. This was like ages and ages and ages ago. Michaela Bot redeemed a vanity promo. So I can certainly give you that. That's something that I can give you. Let me bring this down and then get some music going on. If Night Dweller's not here, then I'll refund their cheeky kiss. And Denzi, are you still here, you beautiful bean? Michaela Bot redeeming a cheeky little vanity promo. Friends, I will tell you about our VODs channel. There we go. There we go. Friends, we've got a VODs channel. If you are interested in checking out any of the VOD that you haven't seen, you'd like to check out the rest of the series of The Citizen Sleeper, then you are welcome to do so by heading over to VODs and Vanity on YouTube's. Ah, Nibirin, the both of us on it there. That's youtube.com/@VODs&Vanity. That's our little thingy. We've got Thirst and Vanity, which is the main YouTube channel, and then VODs and Vanity, which is where we put all of our VODs. They go up every Thursday at 1 p.m. BST, that's 1 p.m. British time, and it's all the VODs of the week. So if you're ever interested in catching up on something, or you want to watch an entire series just in the background while you're working or doing bits and pieces, doing all that jazz, then please consider going over and clicking a cheeky little subscribe on those VODs. I really appreciate it. I think I'm about a quarter of the way towards the amount of subscribers I need before I can get monetized on YouTube, which is a long way off, but I'm still going to keep putting all the VODs on there, so I appreciate that. If you're able to do so and you would like to do so, then please consider doing that. Please consider doing that. It doesn't cost you a penny to do it. Right, I will refund Night Dweller's cheeky kiss. And I think Denzi has also disappeared off, so I will refund their smolder as well. But friends, we are going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. If you could stick around for that raid, I would be very, very, very appreciative. I would be very appreciative. But before we go anywhere, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive, massive thank you to those wonderful moderators, because they are wonderful and glorious, and I couldn't do what I do without them being here. I couldn't do it at all without them and their help and their support. You know, I was lurking today, but I hope you had a great stream. Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you very much, Lunacorn. Thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing that. It means the absolute world to me. Let me have a look at who we can go raid. Like I said, friends, even if you can only stick around for 5-10 minutes, it would be lovely to go and throw some love at another wonderful, wonderful person to spread that love around, you know. Stick around, see if you like them, and if you do, then click that cheeky little follow button. Let me have a look. Ooh. Let's go see this person. Let's go see this person. Thank you very much for thanking the mods, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. If you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vein raid message for non-subscribers. Friends, we are going to go and see a glorious, wonderful, happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual who I hope you will love just as much as I do. We're going to go and see the glorious Psyche. We're going to go throw some love at Psyche. Because Psyche is a wonderful human being, a glorious nerd, loves her fantasy and science fiction and stuff like that. I'm sure they would actually love Citizen Sleeper, to be honest with you. I'm sure they would bloody love Citizen Sleeper. But friends, if you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link down here so that I've just thrown out into the chat so that we can go throw some love at Psyche. Psyche is a wonderful, plucky scamp of an individual. That wonderful lyrical Irish twang that they have to their voice is always good to see, and they're just wonderful and glorious. And they deserve all of your love and support. So it'd be really nice to go throw them. So like, fucking hell, there's loads of you in here. Hello, you beautiful individuals. I don't have my viewer numbers on, so I never know how many people's in here. It's always so surprised to see so many people hanging out here. But friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thanks so much for spending your time here. For you beautiful people that have been in chat, I really appreciate you coming in and joining the conversation. For you beautiful lurkers, I appreciate you choosing me and my sultry voice to lurk to. And for you beautiful people that are watching the VOD over on the VODs and Vanity YouTube channel, thank you so much for being here. And if you would like to, please consider clicking that cheeky little subscribe button and perhaps even the thumbs up if you've enjoyed what's been going on. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT or 1 p.m. BST for more Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. I'll see you later. Bye bye bye.